Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Check one. All right, welcome race fans. 2023 Lake Hopatcong, New Jersey State Championships and the Governor's Cup. We're going to go racing here fairly soon. We're going to have a opening ceremony. Going to have a couple Jersey speed skiffs head out onto the race course with the American and Canadian flag. And the lovely Donna Waltz is going to sing the Canadian and American national anthems. So we will be going to the national anthem opening ceremony in just a moment. You'll see a couple Jersey speed skiffs head off the beach. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Donna Waltz going to sing the Canadian and American national anthems. Take it away, Donna.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons' command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Give it up for Donna Waltz. Really good job every time. Lovely singer. Can't think of a better way to open up our racing program here. And I think one of the coolest things, the way that the flags are honored in any motorsports out there. So again, big thank you to Donna Waltz. Took care of our national anthem yesterday and today. And we're going to go racing here real soon. John, what heat is up first?
Hey, good morning, Mitch. Ready to get back to day number 2 of the Lake Hopatcong Racing Association. We're going to start off with yesterday's finals. We got a couple finals that we didn't get to yesterday that we're going to run first. Start off with our 2.5 mod, then move into our Grand National Hydro final and our T final. Then we'll go and start with Sunday's card, starting with our flat bottoms, our Sportsman Advance, move into 2 qualification heats at 2.5 liter stocks. Very competitive heats yesterday in 2.5 liter stock. Sportsman Advance final, Grand National Hydro, and the S final. That'll be about midway point of the day. Then we'll get into 1 liter mods, 2 qualifications of H350s, Y final, A final, and E final. And then at the end of the day, we'll have our Jersey Speed Skiff qualifiers and their final. So a full day of racing, got about 23 heats scheduled to go today. So as soon as we get the flag boats off the race course, we'll be ready for our first heat of the day, which will be our 2.5 liter mod qualifier that didn't get to run yesterday.
All right, thanks, John. As Doug Lynch out of Kenville, New Jersey, with rider Alan Menken in that beautiful JS2 going around the race course, carrying that beautiful American flag for us. The other boat out on the course, Randy Weber out of Stockholm, New Jersey. Kyle Johnson as the riding mechanic. Juanita Pedersen's entry, JS 771. Whole lot of horses. You'll see these 2 boats in fierce competition a little bit later this event. So stand by. We're going to some hydroplane and flat bottom heats, and we'll see the Jersey Speed Skiffs a little bit later. And I'd like to welcome everybody, all the race teams and fans, to the 2023 New Jersey Governor's Cup and New Jersey State Powerboat Championships. Had some real good racing yesterday. Beautiful weather. Looks even better today. This is just about perfect racing conditions. We need a little bit of ripple on the water. But hopefully we've been hearing we might have some weather coming in late in the afternoon, so we are going to try to hustle up our schedule here and get all these heats in. As John said earlier, we got quite a few racing heats coming up. All right, the skiffs are off the course, so we're going to start our countdown.
One to the five. 2.5 mile, 1 to the 5. Seconds. 20. Mm-hmm. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for our first heat of the day, which is Supposed to have been run yesterday, but we're making up a little bit of time today to run 2.5 liter mod qualifier. We should have 3 boats make their way out of the pit area for the 2.5 liter mods. Boats will come out on the race course. We'll go around during the 5-minute warm-up period. Try to get that inside lane. The ultimate goal is to be at those white buoys to the left of us here on the hill when the clock strikes 0. We're 4:20 from that, 4 minutes and 20 seconds away. Austin's in the 35, yeah. Chase on 57. He technically could actually run with the mods because that motor. Oh, you see boats coming off of turn number 2 down there by the point, and they'll come down to start-finish line on what we call a timing run. They pick up a buoy on that back stretch and come down to start-finish line to see how long it takes them to get from point A to point B, because the ultimate goal is to be there when the clock strikes 0. The first boat turning left is Matthews Chason out of Valleyfield, Canada, driving the 57, the Howe. He's followed up by Kyle Hayes driving the 9, the Rewinder. And then the final boat, Austin Hayes in the 35, Thompson Automotive Group TM Special. 3:10 from the start. We need all SAs to begin to head down towards the crane area, please. If you're an SA driver, call your friends that are on top of the hill and tell them to make their way down. Sportsman Advance, make your way down to the pit area, please. 2:55 from the start, Mitch. 3 boats out here for our 2.5 liter mod qualifier. They're going to run 4 times today because they didn't get to run it all yesterday.
Yeah, these boats are also run as 2.5 stock, stepped up into the 2.5 mod to try and get some points in this higher class. Technically, though, these boats are not really fully modded out 2.5 mods. The class is really struggling on the East Coast, so we don't see a whole lot of true 2.5 mods. Boys, back in the day, John, some of these 2.5 mods had some wild power plants, like 6-cylinder BMWs and Pontiac 4-cylinder Fiero rotors on injection. Really, really wild class, but 2.5 mod this weekend is just basically 2.5 stock.
Yeah, basically 2.5 stock guys trying to pick up points. I have been told next weekend we're going to have a pretty good field of 2.5 mods. I know the English family is supposedly bringing their 2 boats. From Florida will be the In Cahoots Again is coming, so I know we're going to have a pretty good class of 2.5 mods next weekend in Hampton for the Summer National Championship. But, yeah, as you said, Mitch, these guys are basically 2.5 liter stocks that are able to step up to run 2.5 mod. The purpose of that was to try to fill the fields to get the actual 2.5 guys a heat or a class for the weekend. And just turns out this weekend these guys wanted to get extra seat time because all these guys are young drivers. Austin, Kyle, and Matthews, all young drivers. So it's good for them to get out there and get some time on the race course.
Yeah, this is a good boat to actually learn in, even in this class, because, you know, John, a true 2.5 mod is ridiculously fast,
yeah.
But also extremely difficult to drive in the fact that the motors are so sensitive to being lugged. You can't do this, what's
right.
going on right now in a true 2.5 mod. The motor will not tolerate it. I'm seeing these Hondas seem like they are pretty good, though, at lugging down low. So I guess they got that computer mapping pretty dialed in on this motor now. It's a treat to me because, again, I do Region 3 events mostly, Region 3 and 4, and I wasn't even aware of this Honda motor coming into this weekend. So I appreciate you educating me on it.
Got a couple guys up in the HRL trying out the Honda motor, experimental motor. It'd be interesting to see what they decide to do next year if they're going to have to split the Formula 2500 class, because the Honda does make more horsepower. So it does have a significant advantage. So there's our score up, 30 seconds to the start. It looks like we've lost the 35 off the exit of turn number 1, unfortunately. Something has been plaguing that boat all year long. They've been coming out of the pit area and unfortunately unable to make a start. So 10 seconds from the start.
Yeah.
Looks like Chason will be in 1 and Kyle Hayes will be in 2. As we are 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, we've lost both Kyle and Austin Hayes, and Chason's out there by himself. We'll probably do one lap. Let him go around and get the points.
Wow, John, it looks like a true 2.5 mod heat where the attrition issues in 2.5 mod is, a constant issue. But I'm pretty sure that Chastain's going to see Austin Hayes down in turn one on the exit pin at turn one there, but he is right in the racing lanes. And then the other Hayes brother down in the racing lanes at the far end as that Honda gets spooled up. Well, he's not all the way in it. He knows that there's no competition at all now. He sees it. Both other boats are down in the water, so he's just going to come around nice and easy, John.
Yeah, both guys put their lids up. That signifies that they're okay, and then that also helps for Mesh East that's on the race course to see it. So he'll get the checker flag now. We'll bring him in. An unfortunate way to start the day. A little bit of attrition here in our first qualifier, so we'll get those guys on the tow rope and be ready to go Grand National Hydro racing left next.
Oh, John, I'm excited to see these Grand Nationals. I just spoke to John Shaw just a little while ago and said, boy, what a big improvement since I saw the boat run in Cambridge earlier in the season. He said, oh, yeah, we found some definite problems, fuel delivery issues, and he really feels comfortable in the boat, John. I think you might see another really good Grand National heat coming up here.
Yeah, two guys put on a great show yesterday with the 110 and the 43, so hopefully we'll have another good showing today. And that boat, we know that boat can roll the old Southern 7, so that boat is definitely capable of doing that. So we'll have our Grand National Hydros, which is the second largest inboard automotive class in the country, so the biggest boats here this weekend, we should say.
Yes, absolutely. Big block hydroplanes, a big turn on for me. I absolutely love these boats. And again, to see John Shaw become so comfortable with this machine almost instantly this weekend, really impressive. And that's an old school boat. Like you said, it's the old Southern 7, all plywood construction, no canard wing on that boat. So balance point and setup is absolutely critical on a boat like that. Showing these big time shoot speeds of up over 100 miles per hour. They got that balance point set up just right for John in that boat. Very impressive. I can't wait to see it. Coming up real soon here, Grand National Hydroplanes. All right, fans on the beach here and all the race teams, please inform people that the only way they're getting into the hot pits, is to purchase a pit pass at the black tent next to the sign truck at the bottom of the hill here. So anybody can get in there. The requirements are $10 pit pass, but you must have a pair of shoes on, no open-toed sandals or flip-flops of any type. So $10 pit pass, closed-toe shoes. You can get right up close to these boats in the pits. One thing I will ask is that if you see a boat being lifted off of a trailer, just do not ever be in the area where the boat would be overhead. So if you see the crane operator lifting a boat off of a trailer, just stand back. Stay away from that. Just, maybe 10 or 20 feet is all you need. But that $10 pit pass will get you in there to see some of this spectacular equipment. Some of these machines are just immaculately prepared. You couldn't find a grain of sand.
One of the 5 Grand National Hydros. Sorry, Mitch. One of the 5.
All right, so the towboat operator is pulling these broken down boats into the infield of the course, and we're going to go racing real quick here with the Grand National Hydroplane.
Just keep idling down the infield towards turn 1, please, close to the pits. Roger that. Thank you.
20 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark.
5-minute period has begun, Grand National Hydroplanes. We have 3 boats here. Let's see who makes the call. All right, just been informed Paul Reed will not make the cut. He is scratched for the day. Struggled yesterday to get the boat on plane, and I guess they couldn't figure out what the heck the problem was, so they scratched. So we have 2 boats headed out on the course. Nick LaRouche out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada, in the 110. Wrong. It's not Nick Roos driving. It is Denny Roos out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. The red, John Shaw out of Centerville, Maryland, driving for Doug Martin out of Purcellville, Virginia. And again, these guys have been working on this boat diligently since the beginning of the season to get it dialed in. It wasn't running so good in the first event. So you see John Shaw coming down the front stretch doing a timing run. Now, for anybody on the beach that's not educated to this sport, the 5-minute period has begun, and the drivers are circling the race course, trying to get themselves set up so that they can get to the blue buoy on the right side of the race course 30 seconds before the start. And then the object is to get down around turn 2 into the front stretch to the white buoys on the left side of the race course, which is the start-finish line, right when the clock reaches 0. So they're going to go around a few times here in that 5-minute period. Ideally, they'll try to get to that start-finish line just as the clock reaches 0, wide open. Sounds easy? It's not.
It's just about 3 minutes to the start, 3 minutes away. You can see John coming down the front stretch on a nice timer run there. Boat's hooked up really well, looking really good through turn number 1. And here comes Denny Roos. I've been able to see this boat run a few times here in 2023, and they've done a great job getting this boat to their liking. This boat used to be the old GNH 55 that Jay Giznak was the owner of. It was purchased by the Valleyfield Regatta Association in the off-season, and they put a brand-new wrap on it, and Denny Roos took it over, and he's done a good job campaigning it. Hopefully this Pro Hydro class takes off next year. We have a few more boats in HRL.
Dan Roos's boat was built many, many years ago by Tommy Hines and his crew. And a very interesting thing about that boat, John, that I like to tell people, is the boat is constructed all of wood, but there's no hardware in it. It is not put together with screws and nails like the old wooden boats were. This boat was glued together with precision-cut plywood pieces like you would glue together a radio-controlled model boat kit. So she's put up with some big-time abuse over the years. I saw Jay Gignac in Webster, Massachusetts in 2013 blow that boat over 360 degrees, slammed it down, and it really hurt the hull. But he got it back together. The boat's been through a lot. Glad to see that the Valleyfield Committee purchased this boat and is bringing back the Grand National Hydroplane class. They're going to call them Pro Hydros up in Canada, but they're still the same. Big block, 7-liter powered, basically stock V8 on a carburetor of some sort. The carburetors are kind of, you can do little fiddly things with the carburetors, but basically stock in the lower end of the engine.
Yeah, basically go up to 511 cubic inches in this class, which is pretty big. And
I was unaware of that they were allowed to go out to 511 now.
511,
wow.
Yep.
Yeah, that's big cubes. But no blowers or any kind of turbochargers on these things. They are basically, like I said, kind of stock, naturally aspirated engines, but they make big horsepower.
Well, you can see John Shaw's cutting the race course from the backstretch to the front. Over, he's off on his timing marks. That's why he's cutting. Denny's going to follow him. 45 seconds to the start. Wonder if Denny followed him just to follow him. Oh, Denny, don't cut there.
All right, we are in the 30-second period down the back chute. Now they have about, 25 seconds to the start. And these boats are capable of this, no problem. Denny Roos runs way out front. He's going to be a little bit early there, John.
All right, we're 15 seconds from the start. Let's see how Denny's timed this up as we are down 10, 9, he's early, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it's a clean start. John Shaw with all the momentum will lead him down here into turn number 1 in the GNH 43. Comes through the apex of turn number 1 with a nice, comfortable rooster tail advantage over top of Nick Danny Roos running back in second, but Mitch, John got there first. He had all the momentum. He'll lead him off of turn number 1.
Wow, very impressive start by John Shaw. He's got a lot of seat time in hydroplanes, and he has become an absolutely proficient at starting right as that clock reaches with a full head of steam. And you saw what he did. He ran right past Dan LaRousse that was early to start, had to get out of the throttle. A good call, John, and it looked like a clean start as they're coming right toward you.
1 down, 3 to go here in the GNH qualifier. John Shaw, the old Southern 7, running really well here in the qualifier on the GNH final from Saturday. Danny Rooster is right there. He's only about a rooster tail back, running in second position. John's going to make him go really wide as they come off the apex of turn number 1.
Yeah, John Shaw slides out to about lane 3, pushes Nick out just a little bit. I'm sorry, Denny just out a little bit. Then showing some really good shoot speed, closes it up toward the end of every straightaway, but John Shaw getting the pins a little bit tighter, shorter way around. John slides way out, pushes 10 out about to lane 6 there, John.
They're off the exit of turn number 2 to complete lap 2. It'll be 2 down and 2 to go here in the NH final from Saturday, and John Shaw chime walks the 43 here. But look at Roos making up a lot of ground that time, Mitch. Roos within 3 bow lengths, and John is off power.
Oh, I don't know, John. Oh, John Shaw down on power, turning into the infield, lost the motor. Oh, but I don't know. Den Roos was really showing some speed there. I don't know if John pushed the boat too hard to try and stay out in front of Den, but hurt something and decided to pull into the infield. I don't know. I'm lost track of the lap count, but Den Roos hard on the throttle through the apex, exit pin into the front chute, John.
They're going to give him the checker flag this time by with only 1 boat remaining. So checker flag flies, and Denny Roos will get the victory here in the GNH final from yesterday. That was shaping up to be a good final lap there between John and Denny, but unfortunately John lost power there on lap number 3.
I know they were struggling earlier in their season with fuel pressure issues, so I'm wondering if maybe that gremlin popped back up toward the end of the front straight here on that last lap. It looked to me like Den Roos was reeling him in, but I'm figuring that John maybe was starting to lose a little horsepower and then decided halfway through the turn it's time not to hurt the motor, pull the infield. All right. 2 heats in the books. Next up, 1.5 stock hydroplane final from yesterday. We had a bunch of delays yesterday, John. A bunch of different issues with and boats and buoys and whatever, but we're running these finals this morning. So next up, 1.5 final.
Let me know the status of the GNHs. If it's only 1 boat, we're not running. Dave, are we bringing these 2 boats into the pits? Yeah, I got 3 boats to tow into the pits, and I'm out of tow boats. All right, just let Morris County know that they can let boat traffic roll right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a little bit of a delay here, so we're going to tow in 3 broken race boats right now. We only have 2 tow boats, so as soon as one of these tow boats brings in, it looks like Austin and Kyle Hayes, the first one will disconnect from that boat and head over and pick up John Shaw. So we have a little bit of a delay. Now's your time to get up something to the vendors and get yourself a breakfast sandwich or something cold to drink. Also, get up here, get a T-shirt. We got some beautiful printed T-shirts for the 2023 version of the Lake Hopatcong New Jersey State Powerboat Championships. John, I'm going to take a few minutes to thank some of our sponsors. That huge amount of money it takes to put an event like this on, so we can't do it without the sponsors, and I'd like to give them a little bit of recognition. I want a big thanks to Lakeside Construction. You need anything done in this area, call up Lakeside Construction. A company called WOW, Little State Lot of WOW. Something to do with New Jersey, not sure about that one. Timberline, a local company that was founded by Tom Pedersen, who was a member of this club and a very, very successful Jersey speed skiff driver that left this world a few years back to that ugly cancer. We hate it. But thanks to the Pedersen family, his widow, Juanita, still fielding at least 1 or maybe even 2 of the boats with young drivers and a big powerhouse of this this event, their company, Timberline. So if you need any kind of wood stove, pellet stove, infrared grills, insert fireplaces, anything like that, call Timberline. They're right here in Kenville, New Jersey. Jessel, Valve Train Innovation. Big thanks go out to Jessel for their support. And they give a lot of support to a lot of these teams. A lot of these teams running Jessel valve trains in their boats. I want to thank ATM Everything. ATM Everything is a rigging and service installation company for ATM cash withdrawal machines. I want to thank Dover Brake, truck, trailer, and part repairs. Lake Hopatcong Marine. If you're interested in a new boat, Bayliner, Lund, Malibu boats, you see some of these beautiful boats on display, check out Lake Hopatcong Marine. Nielsen Automotive Group proudly supports Lake Hopatcong Racing Association. Thank you so much for Nielsen Automotive Group. Schaefer Supply Company, contractor and industrial supplies. Not far from here in Dover, New Jersey. Northwest Explosives. Now, that's got to be one of the coolest sponsors, John. I like that. Blasting contractors. So if you need, half of your yard blown up, give them a call. Northwest Explosives. I want to get a job with them. Cargyle Satcher Laboratories. Jefferson Recycling from Lake Hopatcong. VAR Contracting. On My Way Homes. North Jersey Advertising, LLC. True Productions Digital Signage. Digital marketing experts. Give them a call if you need anything of that like nature. PMZ Landscaping. DeVoe Consulting. Retail logistics experts. Mason Street Pub. Right here in Lake Hopatcong. Stone by Vincenzo. Looks like beautiful marble countertops. Stones by Vincenzo. Sandwiches Unlimited. The Lunchbox. 2 stores, Ledgewood and Rockaway. P&P Marine Construction. If you need anything, your docks or your pilings dealt with, pier work, P&P Marine Construction. St. Clair's and Newton EMS Service. The Jefferson House Restaurant and Marina. DeMarco's Barbershop. Ideal Farms. Aaron Septic Service. You need your septic pumped? Call up Aaron. Nestor's Greenhouses. Jefferson Diner. AAA Dock and Marine.
1 to the 5. T-boats. 1 to the 5.
So that's just a few of them. The happened. Big thanks to our sponsors.
45.
Stay in this corner that you're in right now.
It's not that big of a 30 seconds. It wasn't too many changes. 20. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. All right, 5-minute gun has signed up for our 1.5 liter stocks, making their way out of the pit area. Should have 3 of them make the call. A little bit of attrition yesterday in the 1.5 liter stock class. As we talked yesterday, Mitch, this is our beginners class. All three of these guys out here are not beginners. They're far from beginners. But if you want to get started in inboard hydroplane racing, this is the class to start in, the T-boats.
Absolutely, a very affordable class. Requirement, 14 years old to get started in this. So anybody on the shore that thinks they might want to get involved in hydroplane racing, if you're 14 years old or older, pick up a T-boat. They aren't that terribly expensive. Very, very economical class to run with these small engines. So, and again, like you said, these are beginner boats, but these are not beginner drivers. Jonathan Abbott driving the 5-boat for Doug Hagatha out of Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Richard Shaw driving his own boat out of Millington, Maryland, and Robert Balsowski out of Dover, Delaware, driving for Bobby Wilson.
Yeah, that 80's having issues again down the backstretch. Just really tough getting that thing up on plane. Really cool to see Jonathan Abbott. The first time since 2013 he's been in a boat. He is the official referee for HRL. He is the top of the chain when it comes to officiating for the HRL series. So it's kind of cool to see the guys that are here like jab him a little bit about being on the race course.
Yeah, that's a good opportunity. As Doug Hagatha, I call him the boat racing philanthropist. He's owned this boat for many, many, many years. Campaigns it, has many national high points titles, but he always puts a young guy in charge of the boat. John Shaw is in charge of the boat and drives the boat full-time and campaigns it all over the country for Doug Hagatha. And the interesting dynamic is the name of the boat is Trophy Hunter, and Doug is only interested in the trophies. Yep. He foots the bill, puts these young guys in this boat for year after year after year, and all he wants is the trophies. So that's a really good setup, but it's really cool to see Jonathan Abbott get this opportunity to drive this weekend.
Yeah, going back. He said he's going back to his roots today. He started in the T class with the Shane family many years ago. He jumped up and he ran an H350 when H350 was just getting started in 2012 and 2013. And then he got out of it, sold all of his stuff, and became an official, or a referee, I should say. And he's, like I said, he's the head referee for the HRL series. And get an opportunity to get back in a boat, it's got to be pretty cool for Jonathan. We're 2:15 from the start, Mitch.
Very cool. That's Richard Shaw crossing the race course. That is a legal move. You're allowed to come up to get yourself in the right position for your timing. So Richard crosses the race course. Again, 1:59 till the start. But down the far end, looks like Robert Balsowski still struggling to get that boat on plane. But be careful he doesn't heat her up.
Yeah, he's been trying to get that thing up on plane. Richard, he's been having some struggles with that T2 missed opportunity right here in front of us this season. A win for him is to finish a heat. He's been telling me all year long he's just trying to finish heats.
At times, they struggle just to get it on plane. Sometimes just getting it on plane is an accomplishment for them. But it's not their fault. They are just fiddling around trying to figure out the computers mapping, the fuel injection system, timing system. This is a Ford, Ecotech motor, yep, I believe.
Yep.
From a Ford-based racing car. So the ECM is designed and programmed for an automobile. And they've been struggling to try and get the mapping right. The motor will put out top-end power on one heat, and it just can't hardly get it on plane. And then another time they'll get it on plane, no problem, but it won't peak. Other times it surges and pops. So they've really been struggling.
All right, there's our 45-second score up. Everybody's good on the score up, except for Rob. Unfortunately, Rob broke it down there. I think he's still up at the north end of the race course there at turn number 2. But we're 30 seconds from the start, so we'll have a 2-boat qualifier here. Or actually, this is the 2-boat final from yesterday. It's our final from yesterday. We'll get ready to go into Sunday's edition after this one.
John, I believe that the boat that Robert's driving, Bobby Wilson's entry, is messing around with that Ford also.
He is, and he also takes that motor out and puts a Y motor in it sometimes to fill the Y class. So.
And last weekend at Mays Landing, it had the 2-stroke in it, and Jimmy Stewart was driving.
3, 2, 1, mark. It's a super clean start. Everybody.
Boy, I didn't see that Robert got all the way down the front shooting and actually started. Look at that. Illegal racing heat here. I didn't think he was going to get all the way around. I thought he shut it down in turn 2. But Jonathan Abbott up on the step. He's just taking it easy, though. That boat is capable of about 60 more mile an hour than he's doing right now. But no pressure at all from Richard or Robert. It looks like Richard might be returning to the pits.
Yep.
Again, I commend them for the struggle because we do have to come up with new power plants. The Toyota that Jonathan is driving right now, Toyota-powered hydroplane, that's an antique motor. It's been around for a long time.
It's hard to find those 97 cubic inch motors. Really been difficult. It looks like they're going to throw the checkered flag out for Jonathan. Yep. Or they're going to give him the...
All the way back.
They're going to give him the white.
Sorry about that, John. All the way back in 07, I crew chiefed on a T-boat, young kid, just getting started, and I remember the battle it was to find those Toyota parts because that boat originally had the 3KC motor in it, even older. So we updated that boat to the 4AC, but it was really, really difficult to find that motor. And that was in 2007.
Yeah, so it's still hard to find parts. So, yeah, they're trying new things. So Jonathan Abbott, he'll get the white flag here, and he'll go around and complete his second lap, and he'll be 1 for 1 for the first time in 10 years out on the race course driving in this T class. So Abbott down the backstretch here, nobody to worry about. He'll come around and get the checker flag this time by, and then Mitch will get ready to go with Sunday's card. So we're 4 heats in, and we've got 19 left to go today.
Ooh, 19 heats. We got to be real efficient. Hopefully we can get them off one by one, one after another all day long for you. 19 racing heats coming up for the Sunday edition of the 2023 New Jersey Governor's Cup. Another second to thank Bruce R. Corner for bringing out these cranes to launch these boats. I also want to thank the Lake Hopatcong Racing Association for putting on this event and the American Powerboat Association as the sanctioning body. So Robert Balsowski gets all the way around the entire race course.
Yep.
And never was able to get it on plane.
Nope.
I cannot believe he didn't overheat that motor.
He's still putting it out, too. He's going to make it in here.
I love Robert Balsowski's story. He started out just driving around, interested in the sport.
Yep.
Never had a boat of his own, but helped out with everything that needed to be done. If it needed to be done, Robert Balsowski would do it. He would get in his car and drive 400 miles to deliver a part to a team that somebody needed. The man is incredible, his volunteer level, which turned into getting rides in Jersey speed skiffs and eventually gets to drive people's hydroplanes. So kudos to Robert Balsowski, starting out by just being a volunteer, a hardcore, passionate volunteer, and he drives other people's boats now. So something to be said for that effort. Greatest guy in the world. All right.
All right, 1 to the 5. Sportsman advance, 1 to the 5.
Quickly, that was a legal start. 3 boats made a start. 2 did finish, and 1 did.
SA Runabout up next. Big block, flat bottom monster. Can't wait.
$30. 20. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 5-minute gun, Sportsman events.
Well, it looks like we had a little bit of a change in the schedule there, John. We have a hydroplane and Sportsman advance heading it. We got a little bit of a mess up here.
Yeah, that boat shouldn't be out on the race course.
Bring that hydro back. The hydro that went out. We have
There was some sort of miscommunication with the team of that 2.5 stock hydro. It looks to me like the Hayes boy headed out from the pits in the wrong sequence. So if we can get him on the radio, they'll be pulling that hydroplane back into the pits here. Looks like he pulled off the race course, John. He's on the outside of the front stretch, shut down with his canopy up as the SA Runabouts the race course with 3 minutes and 55 seconds to start.
Looks like the 35 is far enough off the race course. We should be good to go. There's some miscommunication there. They canceled the A-boat final. That came across the radio that they were going to cancel the A-boat final, move right to the Sportsman advance. So they'll get him off, and he's off the race course far enough. Mitch, I think we'll be good to go here.
Oh, yeah, it looks to me, John, like he's clear of the race course. We shouldn't have any impingement at all. Looks to me like he's on the other side of the out-of-bounds buoys over there. I just hope he doesn't run up on that sandbar and get hung up, as we are 2 minutes, 47 seconds to the start. All the be starting their games, trying to get the lane they want. Boat coming through now, Joe Regan out of Rochester, New Hampshire. The 24 boat, the April. Paul Fitzgerald out of Baltimore, Maryland.
So yesterday we started with 10 essays. We're down to 8, so we're only going to run one heat each time. We're going to run 8 here, and then we'll run an 8-boat Sportsman Advance final. Good to see our friends from north of the border. Dominic Courtier coming by in the 122.
John, I can't wait to see these two, the red boat and the yellow boat, duking it out. John Britton Jr. had some incredible speed yesterday, won the final. Paul Fitzgerald showing a whole bunch of speed also, but he just didn't have quite enough for John Britton Jr., so can't wait to see. We're about 1 minute, 48 seconds away to see who's got that acceleration down the front chute.
All right, so the 100 scratched out yesterday. We should have one of the J&J Marine boats out here. Here's Paul Fitzgerald coming through in the 24, the April. Ball by Mike Smith out of Baltimore, Maryland. Paul's from Concord, North Carolina. There's the J&J Marine entry, Jim Cross. All right, that's Eric Tolles in 86 coming through. The 103 is Sebastian LeBouf. And the Illusion, the 122 of Dominic Cournoyer. The 97 of John Britton Jr. The Patriot, the 390 driven by Joe Reagan. Here's Jimmy Stewart in the 9. And Eric Tolles cuts the race course. Everybody's at a pretty good spot. There is the 45-second score up, so everybody's legal on the score up. We should be good to go here with their first heat of the Sunday card, our Sportsman Advance qualifier. We're 35 seconds away.
Big block, flat bottom hydros headed down the back chute, trying to get in the lane they want. There's so much spray, it's hard to see, but it looks to me like it might be John Britton in lane 1. The other favorite, way on the outside, Paul Fitzgerald in the yellow boat. These two boats have incredible acceleration. This is the hardest accelerating class that we have here this weekend. The GNHs might be close with them, but these boats, like they're shot out of a cannon. Take them back, start, John.
4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, it's a clean start. Everybody a little bit tardy as they come across start finish line. We'll go 4 times around here in the Sportsman Advance qualifier. Looks like Eric Tolles got up here first to lead him through turn number 1. On the inside, that's Joseph Reagan in the 390 is your leader, with John Britton Jr. running second, Eric Tolles in third, Paul Fitzgerald in fourth, the 103 in fifth, but off the exit of turn number 1 is the 690 of Joe Reagan.
Look at Joe Reagan accelerate like he shot out of a cannon down the front stretch. The other faster boats, looks like Eric Tolles is sneaking up on the inside for the second position. And on the outside of him, I believe that's John Britton. 4th place position. Paul Fitzgerald on the outside in the April. Now let's see who's got the acceleration. Coming into the front chute, John.
Coming out of complete lap number 1 is Joe Reagan. He's your leader across start finish line with 1 down and 3 to go. Boat on the inside, Eric Tolles. On his outside is Britton in the 97, the light speed, and then Paul Fitzgerald running back in 4th position. Nice start for Joe Reagan. He leads them through the apex of turn number 1. We'll call it about an 8-boat length advantage. Reagan in the 690. He'll come off the exit of turn 1, but here comes Britton up on the outside.
Britton gets a real good bite coming out of the turn. Way out in lane 3. John Britton, hard acceleration. But does he have enough to catch Joe Reagan at the end of the straightaway? And look at Eric Tolles coming up on the inside. Eric Tolles, it looks like to me Joe Reagan might be slowing. Eric Tolles pulling up on the inside. 3 boats side by side going through turn 2. Coming into the front stretch, John.
John Britton will lead him off the exit of turn number 2, running out about lane 3 or 4. Reagan did slow a little bit, but it's still Reagan and Britton side by side to complete lap number 2. 2 down, 2 to go with Reagan on the inside and Britton on the outside. Eric Tonis not far back as John Britton comes to the apex of turn number 1. He's taking over the lead, but he's still running out about lane 4 or 5. I'd like to see him move over just a little bit, but off the exit of 1 here on lap 3 is John Britton.
John gets out of the throttle considerably to ease the boat and get it to take a set. Gets into that back straightaway, gets it straightened out, and away he goes. But on the inside, Eric Tolan is still going to give him a hard time. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Joe Reagan. And Eric Tolan is following behind in third. Paul Fitzgerald is a little bit disappointing here this weekend. Normally dominates up front, but I haven't seen a heat this big in a lot of years, John.
Oh, no, Britton's lost off of the exit of turn number 2 as well, and John Britton is down. We saw some smoke coming out of it, but the white flag being displayed and the boat to the inside. The white boat of Joe Reagan, he is your leader. The second place boat, also on the B row, the 86 of Eric Tonis. Everybody else going a lap down. So coming off the exit of turn number 1, it is Joe Reagan. He's your leader off the exit of 1 here on the 4th and final lap.
Well, I wonder what they did to that boat last night because he wasn't showing anywhere near this kind of speed yesterday. Real impressive. Joe Reagan, hardcore down the back chute. Every bit of 100 miles an hour in a 17-foot flat bottom, 800 horsepower monster coming through turn 2. He's got some lap traffic in front of him. Joe Reagan still holding on to the lead there, and looks to me like Eric Tonis might be closing just a little bit on him, John.
Off the exit 2, checker flag waves for the boat to the inside, and it'll be your winner. Unofficially, the Sportsman Advanced Qualifier will go to Joe Reagan in the 690. Second will go to Eric Tonis in the 86. Reagan's going to have to do another lap as he had lap traffic on his outside. So he'll go around one more time. He didn't want to impede the path of the 103. Looks like third position will go to Paul Fitzgerald as he comes across start finish line down the 24, and everybody else is a lap down. So nice run for the 690. They found something last night, and boat's running really well.
Absolutely. Could have been a propeller change, injection pressure increase. Who knows? But they found some kind of accommodation. Impressive. But, John, 8-boat qualifying heat in SA. Haven't seen this in so long I can't even remember. So big thanks to the SA crowd for bringing these incredible out here this weekend. Shane Paul dominant with every time I've seen him run over the last 5 or 6 years. But as he might have tried something that didn't work out, it did work out for Joe Reagan. So, again, kudos to the Reagan team. All right. Our first qualifying heat, 2.5 stock hydroplanes will be the next heat, racing heat going out.
1 to the 5, 2.5 liter stock. $45. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark.
Here we go. 5-minute period has begun. 2.5 stock. First qualifier of the day here for the Sunday edition of the New Jersey Governor's Cup.
We got 12 here, Mitch, so we'll have 12 out, 6 in each qualifier, and then we'll have 8 boat, 2.5 liter stock final. My understanding is they're actually going to run the boats that were scheduled to be in the second qualifier first, and then run the first qualifier second. Not that that matters to anybody here on the shoreline, but. 14. So in this qualifier, we should have the 14, 52, the 1, 17, the 137, and the 63 should be the 6 boats that come out of the pit area for the 2.5 liter stock qualifier. 2.5 liter stocks for the 2,300 cubic centimeter motor. Speeds upwards of 110 miles an hour. Got a really, really competitive field here this weekend. Some top-notch boats. First boat coming down here into turn number 1, that's Grant Hearn. He's out of Syracuse, Indiana in the 14. The boat to his inside is the 17. Nick Reese was driving yesterday, but I think Nick's not driving today. I think it's Stephanie Racine is back in the boat. Here comes Frederick Coutier. Fred had a great day yesterday. A first and a second in the final. Really good run for Fred in the 52 yesterday. Fred's out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. Here's the 63 of Jacob Haynu. Jacob only in his second weekend driving in a 2.5 liter stock class. Getting some really, really valuable lap experience here this weekend, so he's ready for 2024. And here's Corey Peabody, the boat from the West Coast, the S1. Out of Covington, Washington, Corey Peabody drives for the Strong Racing Team and the S1. The 1 on the side of the boat means you're defending national high point champion from 2022. The 2023, Corey is trying to maintain that. Corey and Jeff Bernard split driving duties in that S1, and Corey's here this weekend. I'll be interested to see if Jeff comes out to Hampton next weekend. 240 from the start, Mitch, 240.
Stephanie Racine coming around the outside. The lane picking games begin. Not sure if they're going to be too aggressive here. Most of these are HRL boats. And there's a couple boat. There's one boat trolling for bass. Is that Chris Fanaris?
That's Peabody. He's already trolling. Everybody else is used to the HRL start, so they're not used to trolling as early as Peabody is. But Corey wants to get that inside lane with 2:10 from the start. Corey's already down here into turn number 1, trolling on that inside lane. Now, Chris Fanaris is used to it. Chris cut through the infield right now. He had a water pump issue yesterday, did Chris. Put on a new water line today, and he said, I'm ready to go. We'll see. I don't know how it is as soon as I get out there, but he looks confident, and he's going to give it a go.
Showed me some speed last weekend. He showed up to Mays Landing, and man, oh man, did he give John Shaw a hard time in that 92. That thing was really...
Let's be honest. This boat, when it was campaigned by Chris and driven by Jeff Bernard, set multiple world records. It's a really fast inboard hydro. It was based primarily on the West Coast up to about 3 years ago, and Chris decided to run HRL. That's why he's got the F on the side of the boat. He decided to run HRL a couple years ago, and now he's based up back here on the East Coast. He's moved his whole family across. They live in Delaware now, and it'll be good to see Chris next year in that 137. 115 from the start.
Oh, they're all bunched up coming into one here. Grant Hearn in the inside. Right outside of him, Frederick Courier. The yellow boat, Jacob Henel. got a big X on the side, a qualifying rookie. Following up behind Stefan Racine. We are 52 seconds away from the clock, John, as the two leaders up front there. Looks to me like Corey and Chris.
Yeah,
going
15
along nice and
seconds,
easy.
Mitch, to that score. I'm sorry to talk over you, but 15 seconds to that score. Everybody got to be behind that blue buoy prior to 30 seconds. Watch for Grant Hearn to jump both of these boats. One, there's a score up. Everybody look good from here. We'll see if Grant Hearn gets the 4 boat lengths and cuts in front. Looks like he did that going down there into turn number 1. So that's going to push Fanaris and Peabody to the outside.
Kind of startled to see that Peabody let him do it. Didn't have quite enough acceleration to keep Grant within 4 boat lengths.
Grant is a longtime outboard hydroplane racer. He's used to doing that as we are 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, nowhere for Peabody to go. He is stuck behind a wall of water, and it's going to be Hearn and Fanaris side by side down here into turn number 1. Grant Hearn, he'll turn left first. He's got that inside and shorter way around with Chris Fanaris to his outside. Watch for Frederick Coutier running out about lane 4, but you can see Corey Peabody with that leapfrog. He's stuck back in the white water rush, running in 4th, but off the exit of 1, it is Grant Hearn with the lead.
Grant Hearn down the back chute. Chris Fanaris close, trying to get up there. That's Frederick Courier on the outside of Chris, but it looks like one boat sneaking up from the inside. Is that Corey Peabody? He's got a little bit cleaner water.
Oh,
whoa, we had a little melee down there, but it looks like everybody got through clean there, John.
Off the exit of turn number 2 to complete lap number 1. We'll put 1 in the books. We'll go 3 more times around. Nice start for Grant Hearn. He is your leader, but look at the battle for second between Fred Coutier running out about lane 4, Chris Fanaris, and Corey Peabody to his inside. Peabody's just going to squeeze up on the inside, and that's going to move Fanaris out to about lane number 3. Corey Peabody up the inside. Now Frederick Coutier running in second. Peabody in third. Fanaris in 4th. Nice battle for 5th, but it's all Grant Hearn down the backstretch.
That orange wing on the front of Grant Hearn's boat. As you watch him come down the front stretch, he had the wing in a full down position, and then you saw him jam that baby wide open all the way up into turn 1 as he takes the lead through turn 2, through the apex, but we got a real race for second position. Whoa, Corey Peabody hooks the boat to the inside as Frederick Courier goes around the outside.
2 down, 2 to go, and the same thing happened yesterday to Corey Peabody. He hooked up that top end of the race course, really trying to get as much as he can out of that S1. That's going to be a really, really bad blow to him to make the final here today if he can't get that thing fired back up. So Grant Hearn, your leader through the apex of 1. The 2 Hearn boats running first and second. Frederick Coutier running in second. Chris Fanaris with a nice run, running in third in the 137. Stefan Racine on the inside in the 17, Defying Gravity on the outside. Jacob Haynu, but it's all Grant Hearn down to turn 2, Mitch.
Grant Hearn charging into turn 2. He's got a 45 boat length over his teammate, Frederick Courier. And I guess Corey Peabody hooked to the inside. He's out of everybody's racing line. I can't see him, John, as Grant Hearn comes charging into the front stretch.
3 down, 1 to go. White flag being displayed on the racehorse. And Grant Hearn is your leader. Cross start finish line to start lap number 4. Grant just hugging that buoy rail. He did a great job. The old leapfrog. And leapfrogged into lane number 1 prior to the start. And he can control the race course from here. He'll come through the apex of turn number 1 with a comfortable advantage over top of Frederick Coutier running in second. Chris Fanaris in third. Stefan Racine and Jacob Haynu 4th and 5th. But half a lap away, it's all Grant Hearn.
Grant Hearn showing some really good chute speed. That leapfrog in the start procedure was absolutely spotless through the apex. Coming around, the checker flag will be up. And his teammate, Frederick Courier, falling back to about 25 boat lengths back. Coming into the front stretch, John. Call that checker flag.
Checker flag waves, and it'll be Grant Hearn, Syracuse, Indiana, in the 14. He'll be your winner of the first qualifier for the 2.5 liter stock. Second will go to Fred Coutier. Another nice run for Fred. Their boat is running really well here towards the end of 2023. Third will go to Chris Fanaris. Fanaris figured out that waterline issue from yesterday. He'll end up in third. Battle to make it into the final between Racine and Haynu. Racine on the inside and Haynu on the outside. Looks like the 17 will go ahead and get 4th, and the 63 will end up in 5th. Man, that's a tough blow for the 1.
Yeah, he charged into the turn with a full head of steam, trying to make up ground, and that turn down there is a whole lot tighter than this turn. This is an egg-shaped race course, So Corey Peabody pushed the boat just a little bit further than the skid fin and the rudder would allow. A little bit of propeller lift, and woo, around she came. Everybody got by him, so no collision, no injury. One more time, I want to thank Hearn Motorsports for painting that wing orange. It was a real treat for me to watch Grant Hearn play that wing. He was coming out of the wing before he even set the boat into the turn, so pretty cool to watch that.
Yeah, those outboarders, they've figured it out. They have really, some of the best inboard drivers now have come from the outboard ranks, and they do a great job setting that wing before they get to the turn. So congratulations to Grant. Nice run for the 14 team. Up next, we'll have our second qualifier of 2.5-liter stocks. 6 more of them will be on the race course for their second qualifier. Remember, the top 4 make the final.
John, you're right about that. It was the outboarders starting out in a smaller outboard-powered craft and ascending up. And Dylan Runney is a perfect example of that, has ascended all the way to the H1 Unlimited hydroplane ranks. Started out in outboards, fiddled with inboards for a while. Now he's driving a turbine-powered unlimited hydroplane. All right, like John said, our next qualifying heat, 2.5 stock hydros, coming up next. Make sure you support our vendors. I want to thank the food vendors for coming out. The Waffle Cabin, Bacon on a Stick, the Hot Dog House, Wild at Heart, Sabre Street Grill. We got kids' activities over there. Make sure you get over. There's some kids' games, candies. There's an axe throwing display over there. I don't know if you see her today, but that was pretty cool yesterday. So, again, get a T-shirt, get something to drink, and after 12 o'clock noon, the beer garden will be open. Get some ice-cold Budweiser.
1 to the 5, 2.5-liter stock, 1 to the 5. Just be mindful there is a boat coming down the center under tow. $45. $30 seconds. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 5 in a gun. Second qualifier, 2.5-liter stocks. It'd be 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B. Sunday would be 3A. All right, all 6 boats have made their way out of the pit area for their qualifier for today. Have 6 of them, but I think we're going to have 5 here in the second qualifier. And I see the 9 is still on the trailer. So the first boat coming down the start-finish line, the all-orange boat, the S92, driven by John Shaw out of Centerville, Maryland. Al Thompson is the owner. They are the 2023 HRL High Point Champion in Formula 2500. Boat to the inside, the 751 of Mark Lalonde, the 57 of Matthew Chason. Here's the 35 of Austin Hayes. Looks like they got that boat up and running. Hope they got everything figured out for Austin in that 35 Thompson Automotive Group TN Special. And the final boat coming across start-finish line right now, the 555, the Happy Sunny, driven by Eric McKenna out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. 3 minutes, 10 seconds to the start, 3:10 away. Second qualifier, 2.5-liter stocks.
All right, John. Thanks for the intro. I missed my clock, so had some information for the H350 guys. I'll be talking about that a little bit later. But again, second qualifier here. We're going to run an 8-boat qualifier. I'm sorry, 8-boat final a little bit later this afternoon. So the top 4 boats from the first heat, top 4 boats from this heat will transfer to an 8-boat final later this afternoon.
Two minutes, 20 seconds to the start, 2:20 away. Might not be as many games in this one as before. 5-5-5. John Shaw cuts the race course in the 92 Tenacity. Legal maneuver as long as you cut from back to front, and John's going to do just that, and he'll come through and park himself right in lane 1. Obviously, lane 1, the inside and shorter way around. Everybody wants to have that position on the race course. During the score up here, we are fighting for lanes here in APBA inboard. So John's going to set up shot right there in lane number 1. 135 from the start, 135 away. Everybody has to be before that blue buoy on the backstretch prior to 30 seconds. So the only rule is you got to maintain forward propulsion. You can go as slow as you want as long as you continue to move forward. So that's what you can see John doing right now. Looks like Chase Allen will move up to his outside, and then Austin Hayes might be staying a little bit wide in that 35.
We say trolling for bass. He threw the line overboard. He's got a lure flying beyond
I hate
him.
it. I can't stand it. Cannot stand it.
Oh, boy. A lot of different strategies in inboard powerboat racing. Glad to see the 35 boat fix whatever problem they had with it. We got him back out on the race course. 55 seconds to the start.
See how Chason and Mark Lalonde do here with John on the inside of him. Obviously, John Shaw dominated here in 2023. He won all 5 finals that we ran in the HRL in the Formula 2500 class. But the 751 and the 57 are no slouches. We know Mark's boat's really quick. Eric McKenna has actually got the inside lane. He's all the way up there a little bit early. And Eric in the 555, Happy Sunny, is actually in lane 1 with John to his outside, Chason in 3. So we're 19 seconds from the start. Game's not over yet, as everybody's up a little early. As we are 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, we got 2 early. We'll see if they called any gun jumpers. We will call like we see it on the race course. Mitch is Chase on. We'll lead him down and turn up. Here comes John Shaw. The 92 is going to scoot right up on the inside. He had all the momentum. He takes the lead through the apex of number 1. John Shaw will come up at 1 as your leader.
I don't know, John. Looked pretty close. I think Matisse might have jumped the gun there. I hope not. We're going to call it as we see it as John Shaw headed down the back chute in Al Thompson's Tenacity. S92, absolutely dominant in every race that I've been to this year. But on the outside, on the move, he's Chesson. Hope he didn't jump the gun because he's showing some speed, pulling up alongside. Can he get alongside, John? Coming through the apex, out of the exit, into the front chute. We got some racing here, John.
And John Charles just got word from the officials that we do have 2 gun jumpers. The 57 and the 751 did gun to John. So John Shaw will be told that in his ear, and he knows that Chason, who is right to his outside, did jump to start, and hopefully somebody will tell Matt to, so he slows down a little bit. But the 92 leads, the 57 is second on the water, Eric McKenna in 3rd, the 751 running in 4th, and 5th is Austin Hayes. Now, the thing is that those 2, Mitch, that jumped the gun are still going to try to go fast because they want to make 4th position to get into that final.
Absolutely. So John Shaw got his foot in the throttle, did not jump the gun, so he is illegal on the race course in Al Thompson's S92. The Tenacity, and they are very tenacious, heading into the front stretch.
2 down, 2 to go here for John Shaw. And it's been a familiar sight all season long with that orange boat out front. Running down here into turn number 1 with a comfortable advantage battle. Really, even though they're so close for 3rd position, really isn't a battle for position because we have the 751 and the 555 running side by side. Oh, McKenna just hit the buoy. Eric McKenna just destroyed the entrance pin of turn number 1. That's going to be another penalty. So now it's Shaw in first and Hayes in second, even though he's running 5th on the water.
I don't know if Eric McKinnon, not sure if McKinnon knows this, but not only a penalty, but a $100 fine for destroying that buoy. Oh, my goodness.
All right, well, John Shaw comes across the finish line to take the white flag. So 3 down, 1 to go. Lots going on in this heat. 2 gun jumpers and a buoy being destroyed. Whoa, John is really flying the 92. Got a lot of air, packed a lot of air under it as he come right to us here on the 4th and final lap. He's got a, hopefully his brother's in his ear, or Miss Ann's in his ear telling him to take it easy.
Yeah, do you think he'll listen? I'm not sure. He likes to put his foot in it. And again, the balance point's perfect on that boat, set up for John. That boat's had quite a few real hot shoe drivers over the years, but John is showing them all that he can handle that boat, and he's been dominant. HRL High Point winner coming through the apex of turn 2 into the front stretch as the blue boat, Matthias kicks on, our gun jumper, trying to hang on to second position.
All right, Austin Hayes just lost power here. John takes the checker flag. He is your winner of the qualifier. So Sharp in the 92 will be the winner. Now the other 3 just need to finish. Even though they'll be assessed penalties, they'll still be able to make it to the final if they finish the heat here. So Shaw will take first, Chason second, Lalonde third, and Eric McKenna will round out the field in 4th.
Looking around the race course, John, I'm trying to see, do we have any boats down? I think everybody made it back in.
Yep.
Only thing that didn't make it back in is that buoy, so we're going to be on hold for just a little bit here until we can get a big fat buoy for the entrance of turn 1 right in front of us. So, again, for 1,000 different reasons, we go on hold. We'll be on hold until we get that buoy replaced. So here's a chance. Get a $10 pit pass. Get down into that pit. Check it out. Get up here and get yourself something to eat, drink. And is it time? What time is it? All right, we're 20 past beer o'clock, so anybody that's got a taste for some Budweiser, ice cold, get on into that beer garden. It's beer o'clock, folks. Lots of penalties on that heat. We have a busted buoy, gun jumping. All right, the new buoy is on the boat, so probably another 2-minute delay here. Hopefully we'll keep it under 5 minutes, but don't go hungry, don't go thirsty, and make sure you get yourself one of those spectacular T-shirts up at the T-shirt tent, top of the hill. Take a few minutes to get back into thanking our sponsors. Devo Consulting, retail logistics experts. The Mason Street Pub. If you're hungry and you're headed out of town this evening, head on over to Mason Street Pub right here in Lake Hopatcong, New Jersey.
751 and the other one that jumped, they're not in the final.
Sandwiches Unlimited, the lunchbox. 2 locations, Ledgewood, Rockaway. P&P Marine Construction. You need any piles driven, dock, pier repair, give P&P Construction a call. St. Clair's and Newton EMS. The Jefferson House. DeMarco's Barbershop. You Picket Pumpkins at Pumpkin Hollow opens daily. Ideal Farms. Aaron Septic Service. Nestor's Greenhouse. Al Hutchins Excavating. RB Painting Plus Incorporated. JL Marina LLC. John Mathis Septic Plumbing. The 4x4 Place. Angles Salon. New Vision Pools and Spas. Taylor Exterminating LLC. Tom Walker Cooling and Heating. Ken Russell Trucking out of Mount Arlington. Flash Motorsports and Marine. Jefferson Lumber. Begraft Disposal and Recycling. Power Mist Racing Fuels. Offshore Marine Incorporated. And Marine Max. Boy, they had some beautiful boats on display out here. Marine Max, if you're interested in a new ski boat or pleasure boat. Planet Networks, fast and friendly fiber. All right, that's a thank to just about all of our sponsors. Sorry if I missed any, but thanks again for the big help. Up next, Grand National Hydroplanes again. You saw them run a little bit earlier, finishing up the Saturday program. We were unable to finish due to time restraints yesterday. So we saw John Shaw and Dennis Roos go out there and tear it up in the big block hydroplanes. We're going to see them coming up here again. As soon as we get them in the water, we're going to GNH Sunday edition qualifying heat. Okay, little schedule change. I was wrong. SA final. So you saw just a little bit earlier that SA, Sportsman Advanced Flat Bottom Ski Boats.
All right, 1 to the 5 SA, 1 to the 5 SA final.
One of the most exciting SA qualifying heats I've seen in a long time. A little bit earlier, and we're going to run that final coming up next.
45. Birdie. 20. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. All right, 5-minute gun has sound in Sportsman Advance Final. Sportsman Advance Final making their way out for their final heat of the weekend. Flat bottom boats making their way out. Now, we've been wondering about Paul. I know Paul he's got a bad back. I will say that. So that could be hindering him driving a little bit because he has been dealing with a back issue. We saw in Cambridge he actually got a replacement driver for the final heat of the day, but hopefully he's okay. I know he loves the race, so hopefully his back's okay.
Tough class of boat to drive with a lower back issue. These boats will beat you up big time. Being flat bottom, any beat up water at 100 miles an hour delivers a shock wave up through your spine, so I get it. The skiffs are the same way. You're sitting straight up. A little less of an issue in a hydroplane because you're more reclined, but yeah, I did not know that Paul was suffering with a low back, so he's got my sympathy. I've been there. Jersey speed skiffs beat you up real good too, boy. All right, field is bunched up down the back chute. I see 5 boats on the race course, or 6. Gonna have a few more. Hopefully, we'll make the call out here. We still have 3 minutes and 35 seconds to start.
I did see Eric Hahn getting towed in during the qualifier, so he might have had a mechanical issue. I think what did we start with for the weekend? 10? We started with 10, then we had 8 today, and I think we're down to maybe 6 or 7. It's just the attrition it's tough to keep these boats going.
Well, there's a lot going on inside this drive line. You got the big block motor stressed to the max, pulling a lot of horsepower out of it. Then they go through a drive shaft that heads forward into the boat to a V-drive, a gearbox. It changes direction and heads out to the back of the boat under the motor. So there's a whole lot of mechanical parts in these boats under a whole lot of stress, big horsepower.
3 minutes to the start, 3 minutes away. Looks to me like when they reset that entrance pin, they reset it a little bit too far into the race course, so that'll be an adjustment that we'll have to make.
John, they're going to have to square off this second buoy. It's going to be a little bit difficult for them because it's hard to hold that straight line, not using that entrance buoy as a key to hold the straight line down the front straightaway. And if they slide in and take that buoy as their entrance, you're right, that'll make actually the entrance pin will be the second buoy.
Yeah. And is it moving?
Yeah, that buoy's on the move. Something's wrong. I have a line of sight with a straight object in line of sight. The buoy is loose and headed toward the infield. So we have lost control of the entrance buoy to turn 1. Let's see what the referee decides to do.
I'd say we still run, but just let them know that buoy is off course. All right, we'll introduce them to you when they come down here for the first time. You can see that they're noticing that right now as the guys have moved closer to that buoy, and it's definitely come unhooked from the bottom. So they are definitely going to have to square this off during this final. So Dominic Courier in the 122, Eric Tones in the 86, Paul Fitzgerald in the 24. Those are 3 boats coming by us now. John Britton Jr.'s got the boat back up and running. John suffered a mechanical issue in the qualifier, but it looks like the 97 is up and running. The 103, Sebastian LeBouf.
Looks like Jimmy Stewart crossed the infield there, and he's coming down. I believe that's Jimmy Stewart in the 9 boat, down to the entrance pin. I see he looks over and corrected his line to use the second buoy as the entrance pin as that beautiful red, white, and blue Joe Reagan comes through. Really tore it up in that qualifying heat. See if Joe's can get himself in a position to get a good start and give John Britton and Paul Fitzgerald a really hard time here. That was Jimmy Stewart had crossed the infield. Now he's aware that buoy is loose. Hopefully, John, the wind doesn't blow the buoy all the way across the race course. By the end of the race, I hope it's not in the backstretch.
All right, 35 seconds to the start. Everybody. There's the score up. We've got another boat up too early during the score up. Got to be behind that blue buoy at 30 seconds. Somebody was up way early during the score up. Is already down there into turn number 2. I believe that's a 103. It is the 103 Sebastian LeBouf. So he's not going to be a legal start as we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. It's a clean start. The boat on the inside, I believe that's Joe Reagan's going to lead him down here to turn number 1. John Britton Jr. running way up on the outside. So Reagan, he'll turn left first in the 690 with Paul Fitzgerald trailing up in second. John Britton Jr. in third. They'll come through the apex of turn number 1. And the 690 of Joe Reagan, Mitch, he's your leader off the exit of 1.
Well, he really picked it up from yesterday's performance. Joe Reagan really giving the big boys a hard time. But Paul Fitzgerald on the inside, as it looks to me like John Britton Jr. pulling up alongside of Paul Fitzgerald, but then drops back just a little bit, coming across the entrance pin into turn 2. Joe Reagan just a little bit out of the throttle. The fast boys are coming up behind him inside. Woo! Here we go.
1 down, 3 to go here in the Sportsman Advance final, and Joe Reagan in the 690. He is your leader, but on his outside is John Britton Jr., and on his inside is Paul Fitzgerald. Too fast. Sportsman Advance right behind him, but the 690, the old Patriot, he'll lead him through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. Remember, we go 4 times around. Can John Britton Jr. cut into this lead of Joe Reagan?
John Britton Jr. staying wide to hold on to some momentum as Paul Fitzgerald is in the inside. But Paul Fitzgerald entered turn 1 right in front of me here, right in Joe Reagan's prop wash, and he lost a bunch of positions at that point. And now Paul Fitzgerald falling behind.
Oh, Reagan's slow.
He's slowing down on the outside, though, coming into the front stretch. John Britton goes real wide. Looks like he's reeling in Joe Reagan.
2 down, 2 to go here in the Sportsman Advance final. Joe Reagan really slowed in that tight turn number 2, but he's picked it back up as he comes down the front stretch. He's got lap traffic in front of him in the 122 with Dominic Courier running in the back of the pack, but Reagan's going to move right up on the inside of him. He'll maintain the lead through the apex of 1. John Britton Jr. unable to make up a little bit of ground that time, running out about lane number 4. Mitch, we're halfway through.
Glad to see the lap boats staying out of the way and giving the fast guys up front plenty of room on the inside. Woo, boy, Jimmy Stewart just got past about 25, 30 mile an hour faster. Joe Reagan really honking here. Sunday edition, Lake Hopatcong, but John Britton holding into a little line coming. Can he get him on the outside?
He pulled it. And Britton is your leader now as he comes across the start finish line. Joe Reagan slowed. Somebody went to the inside. The start finish line buoy. So John Britton Jr. here on lap number 4, Mitch. He's your leader in the 97, the light speed.
Yeah, John Britton, incredible speed here. As Paul Fitzgerald went to the inside of the white buoy, and the boat, but not Jimmy Stewart, but this boat coming up here, I believe that's Eric Tonis, did the same thing. But down the back, John Britton Jr., probably 95 to 100 miles per hour, charging turn 2. Coming around through the apex, smooth as silk, staying out wide to keep that momentum into the front chute. Checkered flag, I believe, is up. Bring him home, John.
Checkered flag waves, and John Britton Jr. will be your unofficial winner of the Sportsman Advance final in the 97, the light speed. Second place, we'll go to Paul Fitzgerald in the 24. The April 3rd, we'll go to Eric Tonis, but we saw Eric went to the inside of the race course, so he'll definitely be assessed a penalty for doing that. But your top 2, I'm pretty confident are going to remain the same, the 97 and the 24.
I wonder if they're going to call him on that, because even though they did go to the inside, if you look at it, John, the exit pin of turn 2 and what is now the entrance pin to turn 1 is way out of line with the start buoy. So it's a referee's discretion on that.
Yeah, still got to follow the course. I mean, that start finish line isn't moving, so hopefully, I would assess them a penalty for that. Hopefully we can get that first buoy straight before this 2.5 liter stock final.
Funny how it looks like it stopped. It's not progressing any further out across the race course. So
probably hit a sandbar or something.
I don't know if it was actually lifting the anchor, though. I mean, normally the buoy would be standing up if it was lifting the anchor. Hard to say. Hopefully the crew will be able to fetch that buoy, get it over here, and get turn 1 set up again. Whew, boy, these SA runabouts, a lot of attrition. Tough. Paul Fitzgerald normally up front. Slowed a bit and then pulled that little move on the inside of the start buoy. Unbelievable. John Britton Jr., fearless in his second generation attempt at these pro stock racing boats. He is just an incredible young driver. All right. Next up, our 2-point stock. Qualifier number 1. next up, 1 liter modified hydroplanes. We have 3 of them here. Let's see who makes the call.
Okay, so the last call I got on a flat bottom. Can you get it?
Nah, I can't grab it. Thanks, son.
Penalty because they crossed.
All right, the volunteer course maintenance crew out on the race course, getting that turn 1 buoy straightened out. Looks like Region 4 Rescue on the jet ski has got a hold of the buoy and bringing it over to the service boat. So thanks again. A lot of volunteer effort here. Keep this race course straightened out. And again, next up, 1 liter modified hydroplanes. The personal watercraft, 2-stroke powered racing vessels capable of over 100, probably 110 miles per hour. You see them getting close to 100 miles per hour on this short 1-mile oval. But they have an exhaust note unlike anything else that races on the water. And they literally scream. So one of my favorite classes, and we have some really good ones here. Corey Peabody out of Covington, Washington, pretty much dominating yesterday. What a machine that thing is. And we have John Shaw driving for Bobby Wilson in the Y80 Outlaw. And Scott Mellowick out of Beaver Creek, Ohio. So 3 pretty good 1-liter mods. One of them real good. Coming up in a few minutes here. So, again, I know I'm beating a dead horse, but don't go hungry or thirsty. There's plenty to eat and drink. If you want a nice cool beer, get up to the beer garden. If you do, please consume your alcoholic beverage in the beer garden. Nowhere else on the property is alcohol allowed to be consumed. $10 pit passes available down on the lower part of the hill here, right in front of that sign truck with the black tent. Pick up a pit pass for $10. Get up close and personal with these drivers, crew chiefs, owners. Look at this equipment. Only restrictions are you must have a pair of shoes on, no sandals, and you must stay out from under any boat that is being lifted by a crane. Other than that, enjoy yourself. There's something to see in there. Also, another thing, the traveling road show. We'll be on the road. Some of these teams will be on the road big time all week long, but we'll be down in Hampton, Virginia at the old Fort Monroe Army property. What a venue that is, next Saturday and Sunday. Huge thanks out to Gizzy Productions, live streaming this event all over the world on YouTube. Some spectacular camera work. It was really cool going back to the RV last night and watching the videos over and over, analyzing what happened in certain racing heats. I'm very involved in a Jersey Speed Skiff team, so we were sitting there analyzing the videos over and over again. Huge thanks to Gizzy Productions. Thanks to Bright Boards Media for bringing that awesome truck out here. Linked into the camera work by Gizzy Productions, giving the spectators that might have a little bit hard time seeing what's going on in the far end of the race course a bird's eye view. So huge thanks to our media groups here to help us out, maybe get this sport into the mainstream. It's getting hard to get people interested in boat racing, but some of these videos that are on YouTube are incredible. Absolutely. We don't have any drones here this weekend, but 1 to the 5. Some of these drone videos that are on the internet right now get you a really close-up view on how these boats run over 100 miles an hour. It's something to see. 45. 30 seconds. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. All right, 5-minute period has begun. 1 liter modified hydroplanes. Just in a few seconds here, you'll hear these 2-stroke power plants. No muffler on them. Big old expansion chamber pipe. Being an old 2-stroke fan, I'm an old, real big-time motorcycle fan. You might hear me say that when they get these motors up on the pipe, and what that means is the expansion chamber exhaust becomes very efficient in scavenging the exhaust out of the cylinder and delivering the right amount of fuel into it, and that's how these motors make big power. So when they get up into a certain RPM range, the old term from us old 2-stroke tuners means on the pipe, baby. And when that boat gets up on the pipe, I'm guessing the acceleration must be pretty dramatic. All right, the first boat out was John Shaw. Bobby Wilson's entry out of Severn, Maryland, the Y80 Outlaw. Second boat out, Corey Peabody out of the Covington, Washington. Third boat out, Scott Mellowick out of Beaver Creek, Ohio. So we got 3 2-stroke powerhouses on the race course. 3 minutes, 45 seconds to the start. All right, John. 2 minutes and 35 seconds to the start. It's John Shaw coming through. Corey Peabody and Scott Melowick. Not going to see these highly modified two-strokes doing any trolling for bass baloney. Can't lug these motors, John. They will load up and foul the spark plugs.
Yeah, I got to keep him up on the bit, as we like to say. And John in the 80, first year driving, took over driving duties for Keith McMullen, who campaigned that boat for many a year. John's doing the driving here in 2023. The 41, the black and green boat, defending national high point champion is that 41, and multiple-time national champion is that boat, driven this weekend by Corey Peabody, normally driven by J. Michael Kelly. J. Michael not here this weekend, so Corey takes over the driving duties for Tim Collins, who's the owner out of the state of Michigan. As we said, the 41 is Shenanigans. And then the final boat coming across our finish line right now, the 40, Scott Melowick out of Beaver Creek, Ohio. Scott been around the sport for a little while. It's probably his fourth or fifth season, and Scott's done a good job in that 40 to T. He picks up a check every weekend. We'll just say that. He comes out and tries his best. He's big out of the Region 6 area. Scott will be in his hometown race, Cedar Creek, Ohio, in a few weeks. 58 seconds from the start. And Corey is all the way at the top end of the race course in the 41. He'll come around. He's really going to have to get on it as we're 45 seconds from the start. All right, 20 seconds to the start. First qualifier of 1 liter mods. Peabody's going to be in a good spot. Everybody else is really late as we're 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Well, Mitch, we got one legal. Everybody else is really late at the start, and Corey Peabody, he's going to have a nice, easy 4 laps here in that Y41 Shenanigans.
Boy, that's not like John Shaw. Normally on the ball and nailing starts. John Shaw way late. Scott Melowick way behind him. Corey Peabody up on the pipe, coming through one into the back chute. Let's see what he's got. Maybe we see close to 100-mile-an-hour blast here. I'm sure that his radio operator told him that there's no pressure from behind, so I can tell he is definitely taking her easy up front there.
Yeah, just take it nice and easy. But I will tell you that Tim Collins wants his boat to go hard every time so he can get that valuable data. Each and every heat, he pulls the chip out of that boat and checks it out and sees what kind of data he is getting as he comes around to complete lap number 1. So 1 down, 3 to go. Here's a good opportunity for us up here on the hill to see how that boat packs the air underneath and watch as Corey settles it down and turns left. Got to make sure that left spot's settled before you turn left. If not, you're going to really go over. And it'll be tough. That's the art of driving one of these inboard hydros. Go as fast as you can down the straightaways, but make sure you settle it just enough before you get to the turn. Shaw will come around in second position and Scott Melowick in third, but all Corey Peabody here in the first qualifier.
Corey Peabody showing a whole lot more speed on this lap down the front chute than he did on the last one. Again, they are, it's almost a testing session for them, like you said, and very interested in acquiring the data for the next time out. Corey Peabody's got his foot in it now, coming out of turn 2 into the front stretch. That turn skeg hooked up real good, and she's packing a lot of air, John, going across the start-finish line.
Yeah, you can see Corey pick the right, bouncing up just a little bit, but right there before he gets to that entrance of 1, he makes sure that boat is completely level before he turns left. Like we said, if he turns left before that thing is completely down in the water, he's going to barrel roll it or send it over. So good job by Corey as we're 2.5 in, 1.5 to go here in the 1 liter mod qualifier, and it's all Corey Peabody down the backstretch.
So, John, how much of an adrenaline shot do you think Corey would have gotten had he not got that turn skeg to take a real good hook and come when they break free and start sliding out to the outside, out of control? That has got to be one adrenaline-filled event.
The best ones can get them settled down and not even feel that. And Corey is one of the best athletes. We talked about him a little bit yesterday. He drives the U9, the Strong Racing H1 Unlimited. Finished second in points this season to his teammate, J. Michael Kelly, in the U8. J. Michael won the Gold Cup and clinched the high points all at the same time, and Corey ran second in that event and ended up second in high points. But had a good season, had a mishap in Madison, Indiana in that U9, or he would have been on top of the leaderboard by a lap. But they'll be back better next year. That Strong Racing team's done a lot for inboard and H1 Unlimited Racing.
Coming into the front stretch, it looks to me like Scott Mellowick's going to go a lap down. He's going to stay out in about lane 5 as Corey Peabody goes really wide to take the checker flag. Scott Mellowick does not go a lap down, but I thought maybe Corey might get by him before they got to the checker flag.
Yeah, that boat 41, man, I'm telling you, when Timmy's got it up and running well, it runs really well in that 41. Thank you. So Corey Peabody, your winner of the Y boat qualifier. According to our schedule, Mitch, I think we should be 2.5 liter stock 8 boat final coming up next.
Love those 8 boat finals. 2.5 stocks, 8 boat wide coming into turn 1. If they're bunched up, that'll get your juices flowing. 2.5 stock final coming up soon. 1 to the 5. Sorry, dude. Two and a half?
30 seconds. $20. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 5 to go. 2.5 in the stock final. Making their way out of the pit area.
Well, John, you got any predictions? I don't know. And here we go. Chris Ferreras, first off the beach. We got Frederick Cordier, Grant Hearn, Matisse Chishan, our gun jumper from the second qualifying heat. The red boat out there. Is Nick Rouse driving the red boat today, John? You know, or
I don't think so.
nah? So it's Stefan Racine, boat out of Quebec, Canada.
8.2 liter stock final. Making their way out of the pit area. The final heat of the afternoon. The 2.5 liter stocks. Say the class every time. Boats coming down the front stretch here. On the time and run, we are 3:55 from the start. Boat on the inside, that's John Shaw. In the 92, Tenacity to his outside. The 137, Chris Veneris. Comes Grant Hearn in the 14, the Legacy 1 out of Syracuse, Indiana, to his outside. That is the 52. Frederick Coutier out of Outfield, Quebec, to his inside. The 751, the purple and white boat, Mark Lalonde. The 57 Matthew Chason goes up in the middle. And then the final boat, the 17, is Stefan Racine into the Defying Gravity. So all boats, all 8, have made the call here for the 2.5 liter stock final.
John Shaw crosses the infield in the S92 Tenacity, starting his games. John loves lane 1. The boat is absolutely balanced and set up properly for him, and he is working on his strategy to get himself around to the other side in about a minute and a half. Coming up alongside of him, the yellow with red boat of Eric McKenna out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. Following up behind them, sneaking along nice and easy, Grant Hearn out of Syracuse, Indiana. The whole rest of the field trying to bunch up here, get themselves in that lane they want, John. We got Chris Veneris, and we have the, what is that, Mark Lalonde in that white boat with, got it, Mark Lalonde in the white boat. Coming around, where are we at on the clock? 2 minutes, 23 seconds to the start.
So 2:20 away from the start, you can see Chris Veneris has now moved over to the buoy row. Chris knows he doesn't have the horsepower that John or Grant has, so he's got to get that inside lane, so he's going to try. What we saw in the qualifier earlier was Grant Hearn right about where he is now. Then he accelerated down and leapfrogged the field once they got up into turn number 2. We'll see if Grant decides to do that or not. So right now it's Veneris in 1, Shaw in 2, Hearn in 3, Lalonde in 4, and McKenna in 5. But that's definitely going to change before we get to that score up. We got 1:45 to the start. They got a minute and 15 seconds to kill prior to that buoy. So this is where we are. This is why I hate this. What are we doing? Like, I mean, come on.
Yeah, this strategy in the stock class, these boats have water pumps, so they're able to fight some heat. It looked like we might have had a little bit of out of bounds this year.
Fred lost the race
Frederick
course.
was coming back into the pits and then decided, nah, I'm going to race.
He lost the race course there. That's tough.
Yeah, that's not
Those
good.
little yellow buoys are really hard to see.
They really are,
on the water
especially with a slight overcast like this. Yep.
All right, so right now it's Veneris 1, Shaw 2, Hearn 3, Lalonde 4, McKenna 5, Chase on 6. But it's not now we're going to tell you 15 seconds to the score up. Now Grant's going to leapfrog in front of Veneris. So Grant's taking the inside away from Chris. Chris is going to move right up to his inside. He's actually probably inside the race course right now, but that's hard to see from here.
If he clears that buoy, though, he's okay. Grant Hearn, pretty good at this leapfrogging game, but Chris said, I don't know, son. I don't like it. I'm pulling back in my lane here.
John in the back. Let's see him accelerate. 3, 2, 1, mark. There's the score up. Everybody good on the score up. Now watch what John does in the 92. He's out in lane 4 right now. Let's see if he can move up and move over. Fanaris is going to try to hold on to that inside lane. Hearn's going to try to take it away, but I don't think Grant is going to be able to right now. So it looks like Fanaris 1, Grant Hearn in 2, John Shaw in 3. Then the rest of the field in 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. As we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Looks like a clean start from here. So Shaw's in 3 with Hearn and Fanaris on the inside. It's going to get tight down here to turn number 1. Chris Fanaris and John Shaw. Wow, Hearn lost his lane. Had to go out to about lane number 5. So the two family members were side by side with Fanaris on the inside and John Shaw on the outside. They'll come off the exit pit of turn number 1. Fanaris is your leader, but Shaw is right there.
Here we go into the back chute. We have the brothers-in-law duking it out down the back chute, and what a bite on the propeller. John Shaw gets the acceleration over his brother-in-law on the inside, but they're still close. Chris Fanaris is only there about by 1 boat length. Oh, Chris Fanaris just about hooks it, loses complete bite of the propeller as John Shaw charges out in front into the front stretch, John.
Shaw is your leader as he comes around to complete lap number 1, but look at Fred Coutier having a nice run out about lane 4. Made up a lot of ground. He's on the outside of Chris Fanaris, so Shaw is in first position with Fanaris in second. And Fred Coutier in third. They're side by side for the second on the podium. Grant Hearn got all sorts of wet there in that first turn. They'll come off the exit of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. And John Shaw leads by 2 full rooster tails.
Kind of feeling bad for Grant Hearn. He's been pinched twice here. Both moves legal, but when you get into that spray, you just go backwards. But down the back stretch, John Shaw charging into the turn. And it looks like Frederick Courier in second position on his inside. Chris Fanaris into the front stretch. John Shaw diving in, packing some air under it, John.
2 down, 2 to go here in the 2.5 liter stock final. And John Shaw in the tenacity, he's checked out by 3 full rooster tails, but Fred Coutier has moved himself up into second position. A great run for Fred out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada, running in second. Chris Fanaris in third. Grant Hearn currently in fourth. He's going to try to make up ground and move up into third position. Fifth position is Lalonde in the 751. Sixth place is Stefan Racine in a nice run for the 17, and Matthew Chason in seventh. And the round out the field is Eric McKenna, but it's all John Shaw as he's already in turn number 2.
Courier staying out wide, coming into the entrance pit, and chokes it down tight, gives Grant Hearn nothing but beat up water to run in. Brilliant strategy as John Shaw coming out the exit into the front stretch. I believe that's the white flag flying one more time around, John.
3 down, 1 to go here in the 2.5 liter stock final. And John Shaw out of Centerville, Maryland. He is your leader through the apex of turn number 1. Second position still Fred Coutier. Nice battle for third between Hearn on the outside and Chris Fanaris on the inside. Chris going to bump check him just a little bit, move him out as wide as he can as he goes down here into turn number 1 on the 4th and final lap. So the 137 holds on the third. Can Grant Hearn get on the podium or not? Down the backstretch, your leader is Shaw.
John Shaw and Al Thompson's tenacity, S92, been absolutely dominant everywhere they go this year. Our HRL High Point winner going to probably pull off the same thing if he can manage to stay out front like he does all the way through the last 3 events. Take him to the finish, Sean.
John Shaw and the tenacity and is the winner of the 2.5 liter stock final. Frederick Coutier with a great run to finish in second. Hearn or Fanaris for third. Hearn on the outside. Fanaris is back just a little bit. Looks like Grant Hearn will take third. Chris Fanaris will end up in fourth. Mark Lalonde will end up in fifth. Matthew Chason will come across in sixth position. Stefan Racine in seventh. And Eric McKenna will round out the field in eighth in the 555, the Happy Sunny. Great run for John. Every final he's been in this year, he's picked up the victory. So a good run once again for the 92. But how about Fred? Fred's running really good here at the end of 2023. He had a really good second half of the Valleyfield Regatta and a great Bahornwa. So congratulations to that 52 team. Looking forward to him next season.
These teams spent a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of travel time, but the parity, these boats are so evenly matched. that it requires absolute precision driving. And John Shaw seems to have mastered this 2.5 stock F92 tenacity. So big kudos out to Al Thompson and company and the Shaw Racing family. So not a very impressive 2.5 stock final.
Lost its lane and fared out in front of the pack.
Oh, no, he did not.
That was the only two things I had.
He did not. It was a bad call.
When he fared out, did he take a lane? Well, he kind of got pinched out of lane 2 and forced him off outside.
Well, who pinched him, Jay? Because he didn't get pinched by the boat.
Okay, 10-4. It looked like the 137 kind of closed him out.
He couldn't. He's inside.
All right, folks, here's your chance to get up here and get yourself one of these spectacular printed T-shirts, 2023 version, New Jersey State Powerboat Championships. Region 4 Rescue and the towboat operators are headed back to the beach to pick up their lunches. They are sitting out there in the hot sun, wind, rain, whatever the weather. They sit out there with no protection from the elements all day long to be sure that all these racing drivers are safe and sound. Region 4 Rescue, big heroes of mine. So they're going to head in, get something to eat, or, take a little break. We will be on hold probably 10 minutes or so. So you have a chance to get up to the food vendors and get some chicken and waffles. There's all kinds of ice cream and pizza and plenty of things for the kids to do over in the play area. And it has been beer o'clock, so get over and get yourself an ice cold bud. Get down and get a $10 pit pass and head into the hot pits. Check everything out down there. Plenty to do here. Don't be bored. Don't be hungry. Don't be thirsty. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
1 to the 5. G&H 1 to the 5.
It did. It looked like it was off this morning.
45.
Really enjoying watching John in this P&A.
Sir, both entryways are covered here. You're good to go. Thank you.
20 seconds. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 5-minute gun. Grand National Hydros. Sunday qualifier.
All right, John Shaw heading away from the pits. That beautiful red G&H. Doug Martin's entry out of Purcellville, Virginia. John Shaw really enjoying this opportunity to be very involved in the maintenance and setup on this boat. Denny Rouse, Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada, headed out on the race course. Unfortunately, Paul Reed out of Amherst, New York, unable to get his Grand National hydroplane up on plane yesterday. Might have found some kind of an issue with it and could not make the call here this Sunday edition. Look at John Shaw cutting across the infield here.
Yeah, that's interesting there because you know he's got to cut in. I'm wondering if he's got a problem, Mitch. He's going to keep going? Okay.
Well,
Thought he might have had something because he's got to usually have to go all the way down and cut in, but please.
he will have to go all the way around to come past the start-finish line.
I can't hear you. So, John, I thought he might have had an issue, but he went around, and he'll go down and check in. Here comes Danny Roos coming across start-finish line in the 110. Danny's been running really well this weekend.
All right, well, there's a malfunction with the timer clock, and the judges have made the decision to call the boats back to the shore. Black flag is up. As soon as John gets down into the front straightaway, he'll see that black flag.
Both these guys got radio, so they should be telling them both black flag on the race course. So, throw black flag and come back in. Unfortunate clock malfunction.
Looking to put an end to that very soon, John. APBA working on getting a new clock system. The system that we're using now is probably 40, 50 years old. So the old analog light, incandescent light bulb clock system going to be replaced fairly soon with a brand new modern digital computer controlled system as John Shaw comes back into the shore.
Well, it's about time. It is 2023. Technology's gotten a lot better since 1975. So
that is for sure, John. That is for sure. And I'll tell you, the old board I raced back when I was racing, they were using this light board, and it's really hard to see at times.
yeah, you can't even see it. I don't even know why they use it. You can't see the clock.
You can kind of see it here because that barge is really close to the start finish line. But a place like Cambridge, Maryland,
No.
not even a chance of seeing the clock. All right. Unfortunately, the red hydroplane, John Shaw's boat, had some sort of a malfunction. I don't know if it was due to the clock being broken, but he's not going to be able to make the call. And the officials, in the interest of keeping this show going, have canceled that qualifying heat for the Grand National hydroplanes. So next up, 350 hydros. Small block, 350 cubic inch. Inboard hydroplanes coming up. We have a full field, 2 qualifying heats. top 7 boats transfer to the final. We had an 8-boat final yesterday, and the course was just too tight. Some of the drivers came in saying it was just incredibly tight. So referees made the decision this morning to go to a 7-boat final. So the top 3 boats from each qualifying heat transfer to the final, and then the fastest time of the 4th place boat from either the 1st or 2nd heat will be the 7th boat. All right, so they're going to take Denny Roos and let him go out there and get some data. Again, this class is making a resurgence. It's actually a new class to HRL, the Canadian version Hydroplane Racing League, trying to resurrect the old 7-liter class called Pro Hydro. And this is absolutely priceless for the Rouse team, for Denny to get out there and flog this thing a little bit, get some data for the computer as they are trying to get this class a resurgence in the HRL circuit. I was just informed also to burn the gas off of it so they don't have to pump it out of the tank. That's some expensive high-octane racing gasoline in there. I believe like 105 and 110 racing gasoline is now in the $12 to $15 per gallon range. Extremely expensive fuel, and these big block hydros swallow it down. They're probably going to use up about 12 gallons in this exhibition run here. Denny Rouse hard on the throttle, John, coming down the front chute here, slinging a whole bunch of water up into the air.
Yeah, Denny running really well in that 110. Going to do a couple laps around here and make some horsepower, get some good data, as you said. Right now in the HRL, we have the 110 and the 751. Mark Lalonde also has the 751 that we run up in Canada. But good data opportunity for the 110 here.
I've been told from some old-timers that these hydroplanes are capable of slinging a couple hundred gallons of water up into the air on that rooster tail.
I'll have to tell somebody.
Denny Rouse raising that right sponson, packing a bunch of air under her, coming down the front stretch. So black flag was out. Just a data collecting test for Denny Rouse. And I got to tell you, what a machine that thing is. So hopefully a big resurgence, and we'll see maybe, John, 5 of these next year in HRL? We're going to see 2 strong ones at least. 5-liter. Qualifying, we're going to run Heat 2 first and Heat 1 second. 1 to the 5. All right, John. H350s coming up.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. We got 10 of them here this weekend, Mitch. We have 5 in the first qualifier, 5 in the second, and as you already stated, the top 3 will automatically advance to the final, and the fastest 4th place finisher will also advance. We'll have a 7-boat final later on the day. And I was told no more gentlemen's agreement. They're going to fight for lanes here on Sunday.
I'm glad I got you here, John, because you are absolutely familiar with all these Canadian boats. And you see the Pleasure Seeker headed out onto the race course. But over on that stretch there, the 9-boat and Bobby King. Woo! The white boat is one potent machine. Had a little trouble with it yesterday, but I'm sure that they thrashed on it all night and figure out why they had that problem. And see what Bobby can do out here.
They just lost the prop yesterday. They lost the prop. So really nothing real bad issue, just $10,000 on the bottom of the lake. But they'll get a different prop on there and be ready to go. First boat coming across start-finish line, the all-orange boat. The 9, driven by Corey Peabody out of Covington, Washington. the Strong Racing entry, the E9. Here's Bobby King, the 242 LDC Construction out of Memphis, Michigan.
John, you said they lost the prop. Did they break the shaft? Did they trash the shaft?
They fixed the shaft. They put a new shaft in.
Okay, so the shaft was replaced, and they got a big, expensive propeller on the bottom of the lake. Maybe Region 4 Rescue can find it for him.
The 999 coming by of Eric McKenna, the Black Beast out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. John Wodarski drives the 2, the Pleasure Seeker Racing. Drives for Roger Mahan. Johnson right out of the state of New Jersey. And the final boat coming down start-finish line should be the 666, and it is. Danny Leger in the 666, the Carpent Deck, the final boat. Danny has shown much improvement over the last couple of years. He just got into the racing 2 years ago, and he's done much, much better here at the end of 2023. He's shown much improvement. So those are the 5.
So Danny Leger started out in an H350 first time. Oh wow, that's a whole lot of boat to start out in as a. Most of the time these drivers will start out in a 1.5 or a 2.5 stock hydro, move up to the 350. But you know, some people are just naturals at this and can climb into a V8 powered dragon like these things are and handle it right away.
2:35 from the start. If you're just joining us, this is the 5-minute warm-up period. The boats will come out on the race course. We'll warm up the engines for about 5 minutes. The ultimate goal is to be at that start-finish line, which are the 2 white buoys across from the barge to the left when the clock strikes 0. We're 2 minutes and 20 seconds away. Game's starting to be played. You can see Corey Peabody is trying to get that inside lane, lane number 1. Bobby King will move up to his outside. I don't know if Bobby wants the inside. He doesn't need the inside. He's proven that time and time again. He can win from lane 4 or 5, but we'll see. He's not used to playing the games. All these guys are used to having assigned lanes, so a little bit different strategy here on Sunday.
Yeah, as you said, the HRL circuit assigned lanes. These APBA races, it is a different world. They are fighting for lanes. And they also want to keep some momentum. These boats don't like to troll too much. As you see the 9 boat out there, this orange boat, what is that? Corey Peabody out there doing exactly what I said they don't like to do.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This is why I don't like the start and park format. I mean, I've been a proponent of it ever since they introduced the assigned lanes 10 years ago, and the assigned lanes work. And it's just figuring out how to do it in APBA. We don't have a, everybody comes to every single race type deal, and you can see Bobby King is just now cut to the inside of Corey Peabody and try to take away that inside lane. I'm pretty sure these other 3 guys are going to be okay with 3, 4, 5, so I would keep my eye on the 9 and the 242 for deciding who's going to get that inside lane. 105, and Bobby's going to cut the race course one more time.
Something about this subject, what H1 Unlimited has done is tell the drivers that they are not allowed to go under 85 miles per hour once they're up on plane at all, at any point in time on the race course.
Is that what that was?
Yes.
35 seconds to the start. All right, looks like a clean score. You can see everybody was behind that mark at 30 seconds. Now watch the white boat. Let's see if Bobby tries to move over, tries to leapfrog the field. He's going to dive down into turn number 2. So right now it's Peabody in 1. It looks like Bobby was unable to get over. So Peabody is going to hold on to lane 1. John Wodarski is in lane number 2. Then it's going to be Bobby King, Danny Leger, and Eric McKenna as we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Marks. Looks like a clean start. Wodarski and King are side by side in lanes 2 and 3 as they head down here. Oh, wow, McKenna getting really late as they come down here into turn number 1. Cole Peabody, he'll actually turn left first as they come to the apex of turn number 1. So it's Peabody on the inside, King out in lane number 3, and Wodarski stuck in the middle. They'll come off the exit of 1 Mitch. Peabody and King are side by side. Wow. King is your leader off the exit of 2, coming around a complete lap number 1 down, and 3 to go. And Bobby King is opened up by 4 or 5 boat lengths over top of Corey Peabody, who's falling back to second. Nice run for Eric McKenna. McKenna was flying the boat down in entrance of turn number 1 on the first lap. He's moved up into 3rd position. Remember, the top 3, Mitch, will make it directly into the final. Right now, Bobby King by Rooster Tail.
McKenna's showing some speed there. Let's see if he can take a set and get some acceleration, pulling up alongside of Peabody, but out in front. Bobby King by about 25 boat lengths. Corey Peabody on the inside trying to catch up to him. I don't know if he's going to get it done. They're coming through the apex and into the front chute. Bobby King leading them to the start-finish line.
2 down, 2 to go here in the E350 first qualifier, and Bobby King, Memphis, Michigan, is your leader by 2 to 3 Rooster Tails. Corey Peabody having a nice run back in second. That's Strong Racing, the E9. McKenna's right there trying to hug that white water line as he's running out in third position, with John Wardarski's moved to the blue road. Now Eric is going to have to watch out for John as John moves up on the inside, and that Pleasure Seeker Racing with Danny Leger back to 5th. But Bobby King has checked out.
Bobby King is absolutely checked out through the apex. Everyone else just getting to the entrance pin, but we got a bunched up a little bit close race here for second, third, and fourth position as Peabody hugging the pins a little bit tighter. Here comes Bobby King into all the way into turn 1 now.
Yeah, King is flying. He's already checked out by everybody else, but the transfer position is up for grabs right now. Second is Peabody, and then it is McKenna on the outside, Wardarski back in 4th position. We'll see if John can move up on the inside of Eric. That final spot on the podium here in the qualifier will determine who makes it directly to the final, and here comes Wardarski.
Eric McKenna trying to hold on to that 3rd position, but Wardarski charging up on the inside. Looks to me like he can't get it done going down to the turn 2 here. Still side-by-side action going through the apex as Bobby King takes the checkered flag.
Bobby's your winner. Peabody will take second on the inside. Wardarski on the outside. McKenna. Oh, man, that's too tight for us to call from here. That final transfer spot directly into the final. It's either McKenna or Wardarski, as those two were side by side as they came across start-finish line. Daniel Leger will round out the field in 5th. We'll have to wait for the officials to tell us if it was the 2 or the 999 that takes that 3rd place.
Looks like everybody goes around for a parade lap there. I suppose they didn't know that was the checker flag flying because Bobby King never really got out of the throttle.
Yeah, Bobby was flying there. He didn't realize that he had already completed the 4 laps. So he'll bring the 242 LDC construction back into the pit area. We'll do this one more time. We'll have the next qualifier of H350s coming up next. We got 5 more for you here in the second qualifier. And once we get a rundown of who is in the final, we will let you know. But real tight battle there between Wardarski and McKenna there for 3rd.
Yeah, after about the 2nd lap, Bobby King checked out. He said, I'm out of here. That thing is, again, absolutely perfectly prepared. And yesterday just had that problem where they lost a very, very expensive propeller, but made the call here on the Sunday edition of the New Jersey Governor's Cup. So that was an incredible 5-liter H350 qualifying heat, and we're going to go get another group of H350s out there. Stick around. We got some interesting racing coming up later. We got Jersey Speed Skiffs. We have 1-liter mods. And the end of the day will be the H350 5-liter final. Can't wait to see that. 7 of the fastest 5-liter H350 boats in the world out here on this beautiful Lake Hopatcong racecourse.
So, Mitch, we just did get official word by about 1.5 feet. Eric McKenna did get 3rd. So Wardarski gets 4th. But he could have the fastest time and make it into the final. 1 of the 5, second qualifier. So the official order was 242, 9, 999, 2, and 666.
Yeah, that 3rd and 4th finish was so close. I'm guessing that 4th place boat will have a really good time, hopefully at a better time than the 4th place boat in our
30 seconds.
Heat. 30 seconds.
Twenty. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 5 in the gun, second qualifier, H350. Boats making their way out of the pit area for the second qualifier for the H350s. Once they go around one time, we'll introduce it to you. Everybody can see on the shoreline that Mitch, our skiffs are being lowered into the water for their first qualifiers of the day. So we're moving right along here on the Sunday edition, moving a lot faster than we were yesterday.
Hey, John, how about Kyle Johnson making the call here? That boat took on water and just about sunk completely to the bottom. The rescue towboats were able to get a line on him and drag Kyle Johnson back to the shore. But that boat was pretty much sunk. It looked to me like the engine was underwater.
Oh, it was.
Those guys worked their tails off, I'm guessing, to get the oil, all that dirty oil out of the motor, get everything all dialed in and set up to make the call here on Sunday. So kudos again to the Kyle Johnson team. These guys are out of Jackson, Georgia.
All right, first boat coming down here to turn number 2. That's Richard Haynew, the H2. The Nova Racing out of Beauharnois, Quebec, Canada. The red, white, and blue with the checkered paint scheme on the cowling. That's Richard Haynew. Richard has found some speed ever since Tonawanda. He has really been running well in that H2. Next boat coming is Paul Barber out of Ottawa, Ontario, Canada in the 52, the Legacy 1. There's Kyle Johnson you just spoke about, the yellow boat, the Geronimo. The 773 of Martin Rochon. He's out of Valleyfield, just outside of Valleyfield in St. Sotique is Martin in the 773, the Team RTX. And the final boat that just called out is the 104, Mark Lecomte in the 104, the final of the 5 boats.
Mark Lecomte coming away from the beach a little bit late, but he's plenty of time to get it done. Can't wait to see where Richard Hanal has. He jumped the gun yesterday and really messed himself up with a penalty, but man, is that boat fast. So let's see what he's got for this field coming up here in our second qualifier. We are 2 minutes, 45 seconds to the start.
Now, I can probably rest assured we won't see any starting and parking with this group of 5. I could be wrong, but these guys are used to the assigned lanes. Paul Barber might give it a run. He has done a little bit of that. He did run in the Pro Light Series this year down in Madison and in Guntersville, so he is used to the start and park, but I'm pretty be sure these guys are probably going to be okay deciding out where they're going to be on the race course. Rashawn had a great day yesterday. He won the final yesterday afternoon, the 773. And that RTX boat's running really well here towards the end of 2023 as he gets ready for his 2024 campaign. 2 minutes, 5 seconds to the start, 2:05 away.
Yeah, John, that was really cool watching these H350s running on the H1 circuit every once in a while. Not every race, but it was really enjoyable for me to watch the live stream while I'm not at a boat race. It helps the addiction to be fed. All right.
So 145 or so for the start, 145. Remember, if you're just joining us, is the start, or what we call the race before the race, the 5-minute warm-up here where boats come out on the race course, get the temps up. And it's just as I said, no start and park, Mark Lecomte. A long-time racer is Mark. Mark's been around the sport a really long time. So he goes back to the days when we used to do the start and park. So he is used to that, and he's already set up in lane number 1 in that 104.
Trying to keep it somewhat on plane, though. Don't want to come down off a plane. But he's doing it. He's creeping up here. And it looks like, is that Paul Barber coming up through the turn 1 entrance pin. Everybody way, way down on speed. Trying to get to that back chute at 30 seconds before the start. And right now, we're at 56 seconds before the start. So you're going to see the engines come up here as they come around. Richard Hanal, Martin Rochon, and Kyle Johnson. Really, really glad to see the Johnson boys did not stop and got that boat after sinking on the race course yesterday back into this qualifier. 3,
Watch Rashawn.
2,
Watch Rashawn.
1. Mark.
Let's see if Rashawn jumps over.
Ran out front there. Is he going to pull a leapfrog, John?
He can. He definitely can. He's got the space, and I think he did. He went right over in front of Paul Barber and Mark Lecomte. And Rashawn, then up into turn number 2, you see him throw the anchor out. Game's not being done being played yet. And so it's Rashawn in 1, Lecomte in 2, Barber in 3, Haynew in 4, Johnson in 5 as we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, ooh, we might have one over. Barber was there really early. We'll see if he comes. Jump or not, we'll call it like we see it on the race course. Paul Barber, he will lead him down into turn number 1 in the 52. The Legacy win with Mark Lecomte running back in second. Richard Haynew in third and Martin Rochon in fourth. But off the exit of turn number 1 here on lap number 1, it's Paul Barber.
Paul Barber, I don't know, John, looked to me like he made it. He was really close there. If he did not jump the gun, that was about a perfect start for how they were a little bit early coming up to the start. Paul Barber out in front. Mark Lecompte in second position with Richard Hano coming around the outside. Looks like he might be catching up. Can he get it done, John?
1 down, 3 to go here in the H350 second qualifier. And Paul Barber out of Ottawa, Ontario. He is your leader. You saw Mark Lecompte just move to the outside of that white water line as Paul Barber moved over. And that's going to push Richard Haynu out even farther. Watch Haynu move up on the outside using a lot of wing as he came down here into turn number 1. So Barber, your leader. Lecompte in second, Haynu in third, and Rochon in fourth. Down the back stretch here on lap number 2.
Really cool watching Richard Haynu staying down on the wing, almost to the apex of the turn. I don't think I've ever seen anybody stay down that long, but the boat feels like it might be light. He wants to stay down on the wing. It's down at the far end. Paul Barber's hanging on to the lead. Mark Lecompte looks like he might be closing just a little bit as Richard Hanel coming around the outside, John.
2 down, 2 to go here in the second qualifier for the H350s, and it's all Paul Barber. Here's your leader off the entrance of turn number 1. Mark Lecompte running a nice second position. Martin Rochon's made up a lot of ground, and Richard Haynu is off the pace. Haynu's got an issue back in fourth position. You can see he's really slow as he heads down here into turn number 1, but it's all Paul Barber, and that wing might be stuck in the upright position.
He did bring it back up, but it was only like near the apex. Now it sounds like it's breaking up. He's got a fuel delivery issue. Pop, pop, pop. That thing's lean as it can be. That's down the far end. Paul Barber hanging on to the lead. Mark Lecompte trying to catch up. I'm sorry, Mark Lecompte in second position, but we got Martin Rochon trying to get up in there with the front guys.
So 3 down, 1 to go. White flag being displayed with Paul Barber is your leader. Lecompte in second. We've lost Martin Rochon as well on the race course. So let's see if Kyle Johnson's able to make up ground and move into third position. He could make it directly into the final. He's got to catch up with Richard Haynu, who we know is having mechanical issues. He's got 1 lap to do it, but your leader's hitting the entrance of turn number 2 right now.
I think you're right, John. That wing is jammed down. So the Johnson brothers, Kyle Johnson's going to go hard here, see if he can get. He should stay inside. Richard Hanal staying out wide, giving him plenty of room, breaking up. Come on, Kyle Johnson.
Off the exit, a 2-year winner unofficially is going to be Paul Barber in the 52. Second place will go to Mark Lecompte in the 104. But the story right now is, can Kyle Johnson catch up to Richard Haynu here on this 4th and final lap and transfer into the final? Mitch, can he make it up?
Here he comes, Kyle Johnson on the outside. Richard Hanel, motor breaking up, and the canard wing jammed in the down position. There it is. Kyle Johnson going around. Looks like he might qualify for that final. Kyle Johnson coming through the apex into the front chute. Glad to see the Geronimo back on the water. It's been quite some time, John. The boat's been in the garage. And here he comes.
So third place will go to Kyle Johnson, and he will go directly into the final. Haynu back to 4th. Unfortunate. Some mechanical issues for Richard Haynu, who's running so well yesterday, has mechanical issues here to end up in 4th. So the Johnson team will qualify for the final with a 3rd place finish here in the qualifier.
Kudos to that team. Working hard, I'll tell you. They were really struggling with their motor program early in the season. I was down there talking to those young men, and they had water in their oil. They couldn't figure out what it was. They never actually did figure it out, so they went and built another engine. Low-budget team with a much older plywood boat, and really, really proud to see these guys pull it together and pull a 3rd place here. I think that Richard Hano's 4th place finish is going to be way down on time. I doubt he's going to the final. Whew. Okay, 250 qualifying heats in the books. Next up, one-year modified final. So hopefully all 3 boats will make the call. Being hearing over the radio that we have some weather approaching, so we're going to try as many of these racing heats in. Unsafe for spectators and drivers alike. We will run in the rain. We will run in light wind. But if we see whitecaps out there and there's lightning anywhere, we're going to shut it down. The only class racing here that can handle mild whitecaps is the Jersey Speed Skiffs. We make a joke often. We travel 300, 400 miles to an event, and the wind starts blowing. We got whitecaps, And the saying of the day will be, skiffs to the crane. All right.
All right, 1 to the 5. 1 liter mods, 1 to the 5.
So we have the 1 liter mod final up next. After that will be the H350 5 liter final. Top 3 boats and the fastest fourth qualifier 7 boat final coming up after the 1 liter mods. Then we go to the Jersey Speed Skiffs. 2 qualifying heats. After that, we'll go to the 1 liter.
30 seconds.
1.5 stock final if we have boats to run it. Jersey Speed Skiff final.
20.
And I'm sorry, the schedule was changed. The 350 boats, the 350s are going to be coming out of the water, from what I'm told, and then they'll be put back in for the
8,
final.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 5-minute gun, 1 liter mod final.
All right, first 1 liter mod out. John Shaw. Second one out, Scott Mellick. Third one out, Corey Peabody. Once again, Corey Peabody, our longest traveling team to make this event here, all the way from Covington, Washington State. They will stay on the East Coast for the next few weeks, though. They're going to attend Hampton, Virginia next week. Caesars Creek the following week, is it, John? And then around the 3rd week of October at Lakeland, Florida. Then they'll head back to the West Coast.
So 1 liter mods, 2 strokes out on the race course here, and speeds always over 115 miles an hour. The black and green boat that you see out on the race course right now, the 41 Shenanigans, he has all the records, every single record, closed course record, kilo record, every record you could have he's got in that 41. With different drivers throughout the years, but same boat, same hull, has all the records.
John, in the kilo, what was the, do you know what the speed was?
It's over I think it's like 118 now.
My goodness. 118 miles an hour on a 750-pound, 13-foot boat.
We haven't had many kilo runs since the pandemic, to tell you the truth. We used to run them out in Devil's Lake, Oregon at the end of October when it got really cool out there and the temperatures were real low and they could go really fast. But since then, it's mostly been outboarders that have been running kilo runs. Not a lot of inboard participation in the kilos.
Well, some of the straight line record effort has switched over to the quarter mile also. Yeah. So they went from the standing kilo, 1 kilometer, to quarter mile venue at West Virginia's, Wheeling, West Virginia has been running that for a few years. But like you said, John, the pandemic really messed up a lot of clubs as far as putting on the kilo events. Takes a certain amount of courage to run that boat all the way out to the edge, right to the edge of disaster.
All right, 2:18 from the start, 2:18 away from the 1 liter mod final. The weekend's been dominated by that 41 National Hop. So we'll see if Corey can keep it up in that Y41 and pick up a perfect 4-for-4 weekend here in New Jersey.
John, did you watch any of the Lake of the Ozarks shootout this year? Yeah, it's a different organization. They actually even have pleasure boats, but I wonder if they will ever see an inboard hydroplane get out there to try. They're running 3/4 of a mile from a 40-mile-an-hour start. And they had some offshore cats out there over 200 miles an hour this year.
120 away from the start here, 120. As you can see, we're pulling our H350s out. We're going to run them that 7 boat final a little bit later on this afternoon. After this Y boat final, we're ready to go with our Jersey Speed Skiffs qualifiers. They'll be following this. So moving right through our schedule here, Mitch, we got the skiff qualifiers. Then we have T-boats scheduled on the schedule, but we know they've had some mechanical issues, so we're getting down to it here.
Yeah, it looks like we might pull this off, although if you look over your left shoulder there, John, we got some weather coming in from the west. It's a little spooky. Hopefully we'll get this all done, but we were a little skeptical earlier this morning to see if we could get, thinking we may not be able to pull off this entire schedule, but things going a little smoother than they did yesterday. I hope I didn't just curse myself. But we are, 35 seconds to the start as John Shaw hugging the pins tight, Corey Peabody on his outside.
All right, 30 seconds to the start. Looks like everybody's going to be a little bit better than the qualifier earlier today. Everybody was real late at the start for that qualifier earlier this afternoon. Scott Melowick's actually in the best position on the race course. He's already up into turn number 2. Everybody else is trying to catch up to us. We're 13 seconds from the start. So Melowick in the 40 is probably going to come around and be in the prime position. Everybody's going to have to catch up to us. We are 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. So Scott Melowick, he's going to have the best start of the bunch. He'll lead him down here into turn number 1. But watch on his outside. You've got the 41 and the 80 on the inside. Those two side by side. For second position, Scott, move over to the blue road, bud. He's out in lane number 4. He's got the lead, but John Shaw's right there on the inside. Way back in the pack at the start was Corey Peabody.
I don't know, John. He had 4 lengths. He should have come over and taken lane 1 away from those other guys and made them go around the outside of him, but he's a very mellow guy and decided the safest thing is to stay out in lane 3. But what a start by Scott Melowick coming down the back chute, and they're bunched up. Scott still looks to me in the lead, but inside John Shaw.
Yep. John turns left first. He takes the lead through the apex of 2, but here comes Corey on the out. Oh! Wow, Melowick went up high there. He almost rode the tail in second position, but here comes Corey Peabody outside. John Shaw, your leader after 1 down, 3 to go. So Shaw, leader in the outlaw, with Peabody right there on his outside. Nice battle shaping up here in the wide boat final.
Really cool to see John Shaw out in front, but I don't know how long he's going to be able to hold Corey Peabody off. Again, like you said, that is one dialed-in machine, and John Shaw hugging the pins tight. Now he slides out just a little bit to push Corey Peabody a little bit wide. That is a legal move as long as it's not too aggressive down the back chute. Looks like they're going to come up side by side. Corey Peabody on the move. John Shaw trying to hold him off, but Corey Peabody closes it down to 1, 2 lengths. 1, 1.5, side by side. Corey Peabody leads them into the turn. Corey Peabody on the outside. John Shaw on the inside, coming right into the front straight, John.
It'll be 2 down and 2 to go here in the final, and Corey Peabody has made up a lot of ground. He's overtaken John Shaw as they cross start-finish line for the second time. So 2 down, 2 to go. Peabody on the outside and Shaw back to the inside. Now Corey will turn left first. He is your leader through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 3. We'll go 4 times around here in the wide boat final. And Mitch, Corey Peabody looking to go a perfect 4 for 4 on the weekend.
Corey Peabody on the outside showing incredible speed, but you got to hand it to the Y80 Outlaw team. I'm sure that they looked at their data, did something, made a change of prop, and John Shaw showing a little bit more speed, able to hang with Corey a whole lot better than the qualifying heat. But coming down into turn 2, Corey Peabody stays out wide, out in about lane 4. John Shaw a little bit tighter, lane 1 or 2. Corey Peabody not scrubbing hardly any speed as John Shaw still actually pulls up and gets about 2 lengths back.
3 down, 1 to go here in the wide boat final, and Corey Peabody checked out by 4 Rooster Tail. And we're talking John Shaw running back in second. So Corey trying to pick up 4 wins on the weekend here in the 1-liter mod class. He comes to the apex turn with a nice comfortable advantage. We'll call it 2 full Rooster Tails for Peabody all the way from Covington, Washington. Mitch, looking really good here in the wide boat final.
Got plenty of room. He can come over and take that lane away from John if he wanted to, but no need to. It seems like his boat's working really, really well out in lane 3 and 4 as Corey Peabody shooting plenty of rooster tail. Settles the boat, gets out of the throttle considerably coming into 2 here. John Shaw backing off, it looks like, just a little bit, and he's lost some lengths, back about 25.
Off the exit of turn number 2, checker flag waves, and Corey Peabody, he'll take the victory here in the wide boat final. The 41 Shenanigans goes a perfect 4 for 4 on the weekend, and Corey Peabody, your winner in the 1-liter mod final. John Shaw, nice run to finish second position, and Scott Melowick, he'll round out the field in third in the Y40, the double OT.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I wish that Scott had come over. He had plenty of room to do it and take lane 1 after the start there from those guys. but they would have gone around the outside of them anyway. And, kudos out to the 80 team. They definitely showed more speed than their qualifying heat. Just not quite enough for Corey Peabody in the shenanigans. All right, so the 1 liter mods are in the books for the weekend. Really cool class in my judgment. These motors really make big horsepower, and they're very, very light too. These are 2-stroke, all aluminum power plants from Yamaha jet skis. Yamaha Wave Runners, I should say. And no jet pump in these boats. They couple the engine directly to a shaft with a surface-piercing 3-blade propeller. So real cool setup. And those 3 boats alone are worth the $10 pit pass to get down there and check them out and see what you can do with a personal watercraft engine. All right, that heat was clean. Whew, love those 1 liters. All right, next up, Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier number 1. Heats, 2 qualifying heats of Jersey Speed Skiff. Top 4 from each heat, transferring to an 8-boat final at the end of our program, John.
1 to 5, Jersey Speed Skiff, first qualifier, 1 to the 5. Yeah, I did see Scott go up that tail down there.
Turn back into that turn with that boat. Keep it there. He should be clear faster than he can turn around. FYI, you can't move boats unless somebody tells you. Got a spectator boat running behind us, behind the starting barge.
Why would these people go on their boat there? It's getting ready to pour here in the field. All right, so obviously we're holding the count. We got one of the towboats coming across, and then we have a spectator boat down towards turn number 1.
So we have a civilian spectator boat headed up the left bank, possibly headed over to that spectator fleet. That's a pretty impressive fleet of boats down there off of turn 2, John, spectator fleet. Pretty good seats down there. See the boats coming charging at you down the back chute. 1 to the 5, Jersey Speed Skiff, first qualifier. Thirty seconds. $20 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Here we go. First qualifying heat, Jersey Speed Skiffs. All right, boats headed away from the shore. First one out, Patrick Bender. Second one out, Randy Weber. Jimmy Stewart in the Umpinumini. Brandon Kennedy in the 35 boat. Doug Lynch in the 2. Alan McCacken, driver Roger Mahan. Really cool seeing this qualifying rookie team showing so much speed here yesterday. And Roger Mahan's perfectly prepared. JS2, the Seeker. Pack Dender coming around turn 2 into the front stretch. Riding mechanic Mike Hendrickson out of Gibbstown, New Jersey. Ooh, Patrick Dender's got the plate real high there, flying that boat. Has been struggling to keep the boat going on the race course over the last two events. Mays Landing, New Jersey, last weekend made their debut with this brand new hull built by Tommy Tamarella and Jamie Attardi. So they're still working the bugs out of that boat. Have been having some really big attrition issues with that boat. As we have the rest of the field coming down the front stretch, John. Looks to me like Randy Weber and Juanita Pedersen's JS 771. A whole lot of horses. Kyle Johnson climbed out of that H350 of his and climbed in that boat as the riding mechanic.
So, Mitch, I know you know. Tell everybody about the riding mechanic and their job in today's Jersey Speed Skiff. It's a lot different than it used to be. But
well, back in the day when this class was formed in the 1940s, the riding mechanic had quite a job just to keep the engine running. Riding mechanic now is still in the boat, but it's a traditional class. We're always going to keep them this way. The driver handles driving duties, but the riding mechanic reads the gauges, John. Make sure that there's nothing happening. The oil isn't overheating. Make sure that the oil pressure is good. These motors are notorious for tearing up engines from lack of oil pressure. So that's their number one duty. Number two duty is to keep the driver informed of who's around them. So as they are doing their strategies and, trolling for mass, the rider will inform the driver, a good rider anyway, will inform the driver where the competition is. The driver has to be so focused on the water in front of them, these boats can get upset real easy by a rolling wake. And I hit a rolling wake in my skiff just after the start-finish line right here in 2006, and I still tell the story. I had bruises all over me. My rider's hand got cut on the trim plate handle. It was ugly. So even though these boats are tolerant of rougher water, a roller will bite them. So the driver has to focus on the water. The riding mechanic focuses on the gauges and the competition around them.
And as we talked a little bit about yesterday, two brand new boats in this class with the 11 and the 35. 35's first weekend. You had the 11 out last weekend, but great to see new boats being built for the skiffs. I know the numbers have started to dwindle a little bit, but now it seems like they're starting to pick back up. And games being played here with Jimmy Stewart trying to get that inside lane in the JS10.
It's a very interesting class. It pulls people in just because of the wild factor of the class. But they are fairly affordable. Yeah. These boats run a stock 283 or 305 Chevrolet power plant directly coupled to a drive shaft. And of all of these classes, I think only the 1.5 stock hydro might be a little cheaper to run. 56 seconds to the start.
Inside 1 minute. Looks like Stewart's got one. Dender has stuck his nose up in there in the lane number 2 with Weber to his outside and Kennedy in lane 4. And obviously the rookie team has to start on the outside, JS2. So we're all good at the score up.
So would you say in this heat that Dender is a contender?
Well, I would say, the boat, we'll see how the boat will do. You said last weekend, first weekend out, had trouble keeping it on the water, so hopefully he'll be able to. So he's going to be in lane number 2. So it'll be Stewart in 1, Dender in 2, Weber in 3, Kennedy in 4, and Lynch in 5 as we are 14 seconds from the start.
They're early. They got to burn some time off here.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, looks like a clean start from here as Jimmy Stewart will lead him down here into turn number 1 with Brandon Kennedy out in lane number 4. Brandon's got to hold his line. Wow, Dender is really bouncing hard. That cavitation plate all over the place in that JS11. But the JS10, the Yumpin' Yiminy, he is your leader. Brandon Kennedy in 2nd, Dender in 3rd, Lynch in 4th, and Weber in 5th. But Mitch, it's the 10 off the exit of 1.
The best turning skiff on the circuit, John. The JS10 Yumpin' Yiminy. Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio. But look at that 35 boat, brand new. No seat time hardly at all. He got out here yesterday, did okay, went around, didn't have any problems. But Brandon Kennedy, extremely accomplished boat racer, 4th generation of the Kennedy Racing Team, has that boat in 2nd position. Let's see what he can do charging into turn 2.
They'll come off the exit of turn number 2 to complete lap number 1. We'll go 4 times around here in the Jersey Speed Skiff first qualifier And the JS10, Yumpin Yimini and Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio are your leaders. Moving up on the inside, here comes Dender. He's moving up on the inside of the 35 of Brandon Kennedy, and it looks like Dender is able to take over second position. But watch this thing. Talk about how Dender is making this thing bounce like he is coming down the front stretch.
Well, again, John, this boat is brand new to this team. This is only the second event for it, so they are trying to find the right settings for their trim, and Patrick Dender might not have enough negative trim. I'm probably thinking that he has the handle in the full down position, and they're going to have to do some more adjustments to get the boat balanced properly. But wow, coming down through the start there, he had that bow about 12 feet in the air, and he's lucky he didn't trip it off the plate and stuff it. But down the back chute, Jimmy Stewart Pegawancio leading the field. What's he got? A quarter of a straightaway as Brandon Kennedy trying to hang on the outside, but Patrick Dender really putting the hammer down. He seems like he may have gotten the trim under control. Let's see what he's got heading into the wind down the front chute.
2 down, 2 to go here for Jimmy Stewart. He's opening it up by a considerable margin, almost half a straightaway as he comes across start-finish line. Dender has moved up into second position in that JS11. The 35 of Brandon Kennedy having a nice, strong run in third. Remember, the top 4 will make it directly into the final. So the top 4 will make it in. Everybody else will be on the trailer. We'll run an 8-boat skiff final a little bit later on today. But right now, the JS10, the Yumpin Yimini, and Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio have checked out for the rest of the field, Mitch.
Yeah, they do that. The boat turns like absolutely spectacularly. There's that old Sobranic hull. It's a Walcott design. The boat was in a loft for about 35 years when Jimmy Stewart was presented that hull. Took a few years to get it dialed in, but it's been dominant. Our HRL High Point winner, charging down into turn 2. But Patrick Dender hold off. Where is he? Patrick Dender lost power and turned into the infield, so Brandon Kennedy's got himself in the second position. First time on the race, first weekend of racing for that 35 boat, John.
3 down, 1 to go here for Jimmy Stewart. Take it nice and easy as he comes across start-finish line with a comfortable advantage. We'll call it a full straightaway over top of the JS35, the TM special of Brandon Kennedy with Mason McClure, his riding mechanic, in there in second position. So now the 4 boats with Dender going down, all of them just need to finish, and they'll all make the final later on today. So everybody can pretty much take it easy for this 4th and final lap. But Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio picking up where they left off each and every time. You said they had a little bit of a mechanical issue last weekend. Doesn't look like it here this weekend.
Yeah, they were losing oil pressure toward the end of a qualifying heat on Saturday. It was kind of devastating for them, but they pulled the motor all apart up at Jessel Valve Train, got in there, found what the problem was. I haven't found out exactly what it was, but I do think that it's the same engine. They just got it straightened out and showed up here at Lake Hopatcong for a stellar performance. But how about that JS35 TM Special? First weekend on the race course. The Kennedys have always been on top of the game, whether they're running hydroplanes or Jersey speed skiffs, and it shows that Brandon Kennedy doing a good job in second position.
Coming across start finish line right now, sees the checker flag. Jimmy Stewart will win the first qualifier for the Jersey Speed Skiffs. Brandon Kennedy going to have a nice run if he could just bring it around turn number 2 to complete lap number 4. He'll pick up second place points and move directly into the final later on today. Remember that last time that team was together, they stuffed the boat in Tonawanda, and that thing landed up on the bottom of the Niagara, but much better result here this afternoon. Third will go to the 2 of Lynch, and 4th will go to Richie Weber in the 771.
Yeah, that accident you're speaking of, that Brandon broke that boat in half on a stuff. I was afraid that Patrick Dender was going to pull one of those. These boats, when the bow gets that high, if the boat completely leaves the water and then lands on its rear end, it can drop the nose down and they will almost come to a complete stop. So you're going from 78 miles an hour to 0 in about 20-foot distance. It's violent. Anyway, no stuffs today. Good stuff. Brandon Kennedy's got the 35 boat almost dialed in. I bet you when down at Hampton, if they bring that 35 down there, you're going to see even better performance from them.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon's been out of the skiff class for since 2019, basically. So getting back into a skiff's a lot different than driving that Grand Prix Hydro that he campaigns week in and week out. So he'll get back used to it, and we've already seen improvement from day 1 to day 2.
That wreck was heartbreaking for me because the old red, white, and blue National High Point winner under Sam Strickland's control, I believe in 2007, and Brandon got his hands on it. Really had it dialed, but he got into that rough rolling water, and sometimes it's not the driver's fault whatsoever, but he stuffed and broke it in half. Anyway, enough of that. That boat is gone. They scrapped it, and they built a brand new boat, and as John said earlier, absolutely exciting for us to see brand new boats come out on the race course. Quite a few boats change hands many times. Some of these boats have been on the race course for 30 years. The JS10, again, was a boat that was built in the 70s. Was not a terribly competitive boat at the time. The owner got frustrated and stored it in a barn. Jimmy Stewart ended up with it about 6 or 7 years ago. Spent 3 years on it. Now it's the hardest turning boat, best handling boat on the circuit. All right, up next, second qualifier, Jersey Speed Skiff.
So it looks like, Mitch, we're getting down to the second qualifier skiffs. We have our T-boats in the water, so we're going to give our T-boats another shot to get out there, and then we'll have the skiff final and the T-boat final and the 5-liter final. 1 to the 5, second qualifier, 1 to the 5. So we're getting down to about 5 or 6 heats left in today.
I think we might pull it off. Hopefully the weather gods will spare us some nasty weather here, John.
45.
It'll happen.
I'm looking at it like, hey, I'll actually get home at a decent hour tonight.
Yeah, what do you got? About 5 hours?
4.
Right?
Just
4
4.
hours.
Not too bad.
Yeah, I'm about 2.5 hours.
30 seconds.
Now, I know I'm getting older, but
20.
It's funny how you get home after announcing and you're pooped, tired.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 5-minute gun. Second
All
qualifier,
right.
Jersey Speed Skiff.
Here we go. 283 and 305 V8 powered rowboats. Actually, these boats literally started out in the 1920s as the Seabright Dory. They were rowboats. Started putting motors in them. Decided to start racing them somewhere in the 30s. Became a racing class in the APBA in 1949.
Right back.
All right, the boat going in the back chute there. JS-113, Louis Vuitton. The JS-45, the red boat, Max Awanso and in the red. I believe that's Keith Gunther in third. There's two boats. I can't make out the colors. And we have the 721 in the back there with Jerry Awancio. Greenlaw, JS-99, Very Cherry. The JS-99, here's another little piece of trivia. JS-99, Very Cherry, the longest running Jersey Speed Skiff team in existence right now. Davy Greenlaw's father racing skiffs in 1965. Now, for years, I thought it was 69, and I announced it as that, but Davy came to me and said, no. We started in 64 with an E-Service runabout and immediately switched over to Jersey Speed Skiffs in 1965. So Dave Greenlaw Sr., a very successful skiff driver and owner, has now passed, and Davy Greenlaw, his son, Davy's daughter, Sammy Joe, the riding mechanic, so keeping up that Greenlaw racing tradition.
Yeah, long time around for that Very Cherry. Been campaigned, as you said, by the Greenlaws. Tom Pagardini actually helped out with that for a few years. With when old man Davey decided to get out, Tom got in the boat and drove it for a couple years, and then Dave Greenlaw Jr. wanted to get back in. And now Dave Greenlaw Jr. drives the 99. We're 2:55 for the start, 2:55 away.
All right, our final winner from yesterday, Louis Bourdon, in the 113. Oh, I thought that was him coming down, but that's Jerry Awancio. The 113's down at the far end of the race course.
When the clouds lower like this and it gets gray, it's really hard for us to even see because they're so close to the water.
Very much so. It looks like Davey Greenlaw might be looking to start his lane picking strategy, or has he got a problem? That boat does look like it's still moving forward, but on the front stretch, Davey Greenlaw's way down.
Here's Louis Bourdon. I was very happy for Louis yesterday, picking up that final victory in the 113. Another one. There's rumors that he got a penalty in that, and I'm not sure if that did happen or not. But either way, he beat everybody on the water yesterday, and he was looking really well in that 113. He's all the way from Sorel Tracy, Quebec, Canada. That's about 2.5 hours north of Valleyfield. So it's a long trip down here for those guys. Great to see him here in Lake Hopatcong. Hopefully we'll see him next weekend at the Hampton Cup as well. Here's the two of these guys, the Lynch guys. He has really impressed me in this JS2, the Seekers. He's done a good job here his first weekend for Roger Mahan in that JS2.
So, John, I went down there. We were discussing on the stand yesterday how the exhaust note was so much different in the two-boat, and I got the skinny.
Oh, no. They actually told you?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
They're running a 4-inch exhaust pipe.
Oh, okay.
So they're still dumping the same amount of water into the exhaust as all the other boats, but they have a full inch more diameter exhaust pipe, gives it that more cackling hot rod sound.
110 from the start, 110 away. Everybody's starting to get lined up here through the apex of turn number 1. Got to be behind that blue buoy prior to 45 seconds. And unfortunately, it looks like Lynch is up a little bit early. He's already surpassed the blue buoy, Mitch.
Was talking to Max Awancio a little bit earlier. I said, you've got to 3, 2, 1, mark. I said, Maxie, you've got to get yourself in lane 1, buddy, because Louie's got the speed, and look, he pulled it off. Max Awancio and his sister Sam on the inside in lane 1. Some real melee lane change in there. Looked to me like Jerry Awancio was out in lane 5 and decided he could sneak around and have plenty of room to get into lane 4. Bring him to the start, John.
Yeah, we got about 23 seconds, so they're up a little bit early. So it looks like Max has got 1. Bourdain has got 2, unless Louis moved over to the buoy rail. Hard to tell from here. But they're all a little bit early as we're 12 seconds from the start. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Looks like a clean start. Jerry Awancio will lead him off across from lane number 3. Ooh, Jerry got over a little bit there into lane number 2. Hold that line through that turn, Jerry, as he's in lane number 2 now. Oh, no, something happened to Jerry. Jerry's broke down. Jerry has lost all sorts of power. Nice job by Louis Bourdain to get out of the way. And that allows Max Awancio to take the lead through the apex of turn number 1. Not sure what happened with Jerry there, but Max is the leader off the exit of 1, Mitch.
Yeah, they're going to be thrashed on that thing, trying to get ready for Hampton next week. But look at Max and Sam Awancio on the inside. Louis Bourdain being pinched down tight by Davey Greenlaw, holding him tight to the pins. Davey Greenlaw gets a good bite on the propeller, but look at Louis go. When that boat takes a set, it is probably one of the fastest skiffs on the circuit. Let me scratch that. Is the fastest skiff on the circuit. Been struggling to learn how to turn the boat efficiently, as Max Awancio is in his 3rd season, got a lot more seat time than Louis does, but his boat isn't quite as fast, John.
Yeah, we'll see if Max can hold off Louis as they come around to complete lap number 1. Hopefully, everybody's been talking to. A lot of these guys have radio communication now, so hopefully they all know that Jerry's broken down here into turn number 1, and they'll see him when they come through the apex. So Max, hopefully he'll go right to the inside, and Louis will just follow him, as he'll stay inside of his dad, Jerry, as Jerry's on the outside out in about lane 4. So Max Awancio is your leader. Louis Bourdain running back in 2nd. Davey Greenlaw in 3rd. The 2 of Lynch running in 4th. And the 135 of Dave Savage running in 5th. But off the exit of turn number 1, it's all Max Awancio.
I got to make a comment. Look at Dave Savage running with the pack. Normally way off of everybody's pace. He's not really interested in competing. Just wants to race course. Nicest guy on the course. But look at that 45 boat. Down the front straight, still holding off Louis, but Louis closes it up. He's down to about 8 or 9 boat lengths. Max had him by about 25 boat lengths coming out of turn 1 here, and looks to me like Louis Bordeaux might be closing up on the outside there.
Yeah, Louis trying to make up a little bit of ground in that white boat, the 113, another one running back in 2nd, but he is in that trashy water as they come around to complete lap number 2. So 2 down and 2 to go here in the skiff qualifier, and Max Awancio is your leader as he comes down into turn number 1. Louis making up a lot of ground on the outside, but Max is going to hold the buoy row nice and tight. We'll call it 3 to 4 boat length advantage to the apex of turn number 1. So Max and Sam are your leaders, with Louis and Marie Eve running back in 2nd. 3rd, Dave Greenlaw. 4th, Lynch. And 5th is Dave Savage. But off the exit of turn number 1 is still Max, but Louis is making up a lot of ground through this big slide sweep at turn number 1.
Brother and sister team, Max Awancio with his sister Samantha trying to hang on to the lead, but boyfriend and girlfriend team in the 113 on the outside making a move as the 2 boat loses power. So now we have 2 different Jersey speed skiffs in turn 1. Jerry Awancio in front here, and the 2 boat down in the race course. So I just hope that everybody sees him coming around the far end. Max Awancio, Sam hanging on to the first place, but here comes Louis on the outside.
All right, I'll come around to complete lap number 3. 3 down, 1 to go. Louis Bourdain on the outside and Max Awancio on the inside. Side by side across start finish line to complete lap number 3. One more lap around here in the second qualifier. Max has slowed a little bit. It looks like he's slowed down just a little bit, and that's allowed Louis to move up on his outside. And Louis Bourdain in the another one with his girlfriend Marie riding shotgun with him will take over the lead as they come through the apex of turn number 1 here on the 4th and final lap. The 113, another one is your leader, and back in second position in Max. Plenty of room to the inside as Max moves up. They're going to be side by side off the exit of 1.
Max closes it up to about 2 boat lengths. Louis had him by about 5 through the apex, but Louis gets a good set down that back chute, and he's showing some real speed here. So he's got it back out to about 6 boat lengths over young Max Awancio and his sister, Samantha, down into turn 2. Max Awancio hugging the pins tight, closes it up a little bit. That boat turns a lot better than Louis' boat, but Louis showing some real speed. Into the front chute, John, bring him home.
Off the exit of turn number 2, checkered flag waves, and the 113, another one all the way from Sorel Tracy, Quebec, Canada, will win the second qualifier in the 113, another one. Nice run for Max and Sam. They'll pick up second position in the JS45 in the red. And it looks like third place we'll go to the 99 of Dave Greenlaw Jr., and fourth we'll go to Dave Savage. Sav will make the final later on this afternoon.
Oh, you gotta love it. I'm telling you, the nicest guy in this skiff class, Dave Savage. And, you know, I always have a soft spot for that boat, and I say it too often. I'm sure people are sick of it, but that's my old cage. We ran the Yellow Jacket boat from 02 to 09, and then I gave it up. And Dave was struggling to get the boat finished. Needed a cage, and I said, come on, buddy, you can have this one. So my cage lives. But, sorry to see Joe down. He's got the hood up. The way he lost power so abruptly, not looking good. Hopefully he didn't tear that motor up, because we got only a week to get ready for Hampton, Virginia. And I'm honored to be on the team, the 4-boat team, Stewart, Awancio, True Love, and Langford. So I'll be down there at Hampton. John will be announcing. I'll be crewing for the team, and I hope that we didn't tear the motor up. Got to get 4 boats down there. So once again, thank you to the towboat operator in these broken boats. Sorry, Patrick Dender struggling with his boat again. Just can't seem to get the thing to finish, but they'll work. They'll keep working. They'll get her figured out as Dave Savage comes back to the beach here. All right, Dave Savage transferring to final. Gotta love it. Right, next up, 1.5 stock hydroplanes. Hopefully we'll see all 3 of them run again. Again, they're experimenting with new engines, and there's some attrition problems in the T class right now until they get these new Ford engines worked out. Still a wise move, I think, to try to find alternative power plants. Just about all of the engines that power these race boats down here are achieving antique status. Jersey Speed Skiffs, there's a class. The 283 was built from 1957 to 1967. It's a 10-year run. There were a whole lot of them out there, but they're getting real scarce now. So there's an alternative power plant for the skiff world, and that's the 305. Well, we were all excited because 305s were everywhere, but guess what? 15 years later, they're starting to get scarce. So I guess LS is next. Whatever engines we come up with these boats, you want to keep them on par with the power plants they're making now. These boats have been developed to deal with the horsepower that they are at now. So if you take and put a 500 horsepower LS in a Jersey Speed Skiff, you're going to have big problems. You're going to have people getting hurt. So 380 horsepower is about the max, the safe speed for horsepower for a Jersey Speed Skiff. The H350s, these hydroplanes, stepped up from the 5-liter Chevrolet 302 Ford to the 5.7-liter 350 Chevrolet quite a few years back. I believe it was around 2011 they started developing them. And they used a lot of the older 5-liter hulls. And I remember the teething pains that some of these teams had making that 5.7-liter engine with probably another 100 horsepower work in a boat that was engineered for the 305. And to be honest with you, it was scary at times. Some of these boats would be so flighty, so loose. But now, 12, 13 years later, they've got them all dialed. Well, not all of them, but most of them are dialed in. And the 350 is working really good. There's been a push to get the 350s in Jersey speed skiffs, but quite honestly, the 350 is now becoming an antique engine, although there are tens of thousands of them in junkyards, I would guess. Sorry to see Doug Lynch, Mason McClure, or I'm sorry, Alan Mackin coming in the 2-boat. Unable to finish, showing some incredible speed here in Roger Mahan's entry. All right, again, up next, 1.5 stock hydros. We got to give the rescue boats and the turn boats just a minute to get, the tow boats, just a few minutes to get back out on the race course and into position. So we'll be going to the 5-minute period relatively soon. The beer garden is open. The beer is cold. Get over there, get something to drink. Get something to eat and buy a T-shirt, too. Be back in a minute. One to the five. 1.5-liter hydro. $45 seconds. $30 seconds. 20 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 5-minute period has begun. All right, first boat out. T5, the trophy hunter. Jonathan Abbott doing a driving duty here. Second boat out, Richard Shaw in that experimental Ford power plant. Missed opportunity.
I know Richard's getting frustrated with that thing. He's had everything happen to him that he could have happened to him this year in that T2. I'd like to see him just finish a heat.
Well, he's on plane, so that's
good. That's a good start.
right now. Yeah, that's when I really feel for him, when he can't even get it on plane.
Yeah. They should have just done like a 2-minute gun for him or something. Just go out, make a lap, and start.
He's probably only got about, 2 propellers? Maybe 3?
I don't even know.
Hard to say.
Good to see Jonathan Abbott back behind the wheel of a hydroplane after 10 years doing the officiating and refereeing. So, Jonathan Abbott coming across start-finish line, the T5 trophy hunter. Jonathan's out of Valleyfield, Quebec. As we said, if you weren't with us earlier, he is the head official referee for the Hydroplane Racing League. And John's getting an opportunity to drive here this weekend in a 1.5-liter stock. Richard Shaw also out there on Dunley Lake. Robert Bolanowski's going to make it out in the 80. 3:25 from the start. Fans on the shoreline, this is our T-boat qualifier. That'll be followed up, I believe, by our 5-liter final, skiff final, G&H final, and T final. So we're getting down to it now. About 4 or 5 heats remaining in the afternoon. Hopefully we'll be able to make all this in before the rains come a little bit later on today. 3 minutes to the start. 3 minutes. Two minutes, 30 seconds. I think we'll have a 2-boat heat here, Mitch, between Jonathan Abbott and Richard Shaw.
I thought we might see Robert Bolsowski out here. I know that Bobby Wilson, the owner, and Chris Oliver, the crew chief on that boat, probably tried to figure out what was going on. Hard to say. But again, these experimental Ford electronic fuel-injected motors really struggling to get the computer mapping proper.
Richard went down. He got to fire back up, though. Try to get that T2 moving. 2 minutes to the start.
So I don't think Richard's feeling too optimistic. He's going really wide as not to be in the way. Yeah, Richard's had some real struggles this year. The worst problem was having a wrench fall off a crane going right through the deck. I felt so bad that day. Just glad nobody got hurt. All right. You see Bruce Corner Crane Company putting the JS11 back on the trailer. I'll talk to Pat Denner a little later to see what's going on. Hopefully they'll make the call at Hampton, Virginia 6 days from now.
1:10 from the start. T-boat qualifier, and Jonathan Abbott comes through in that T5 Trophy Hunter. Well, Richard's still running. He's up at the top end of the race. He wasn't worried about that score up. He just kept going. He's all the way up into turn number 2 right now. Here's the 45-second mark. So everybody is not going to be legal as Richard's all the way up into turn 2, but he's just trying to make a start, I think.
So technically he jumped the 45-second on the back straight. Now he's got 31 seconds to scrub off, which shouldn't be too hard because he's really not making any headway. But really, you got to hand it to Richard. He's not quitting. I mean,
he's trying.
He's tired of it. I know it's kicking his butt, but he keeps getting it out here.
15 seconds to the start. Hopefully he doesn't jump the gun, because if he jumps the gun, they'll have 2 penalties, and he'll be disqualified. So hopefully he can slow it down just enough. Is he going to make it? I think he's going to make it.
Nah, he's clean.
He's good. All right. So it's going to be a clean start. And Jonathan Abbott will lead him down. We'll see what the officials decide to do with only 2 boats running. So Richard did make a clean start. So Jonathan will bring the T5 Trophy Hunter through turn number 1. And I think we're going to probably just maybe we'll throw the white flag and the checker flag, because this is what happened last time. Unfortunately, the T-boats this year, man, been really, really tough.
A real struggle. I got a feeling that Dave might throw that checker flag as to get this program cranking here, because I can feel the temperature of the air changing, and I can feel this weather coming in.
Yeah, it's blowing a little bit behind our backs right now, and temperature definitely did drop.
I know we don't want to run that H350 with a gusty, puffing wind. Hopefully it'll settle down.
All right, we're going to throw the checkered flag this time by for Jonathan, and Jonathan will come around and get the checkered flag, and he'll go to the pits. We got 2 really big finals we got to make sure we get in. We got to get that 5-liter final in. We got to get that skiff final in. So we're going to hurry up this program a little bit, bring Jonathan back into the pit area, and be ready to go with our next heat, which according to my schedule would be the skiff final.
So, John, what do you think about favorites for the 350 final?
Well, it's for the skiff final or the
No.
350 final.
I'm going to put my 2 cents on the skiff final. What are you predicting in the 350? I know I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah,
but
it's tough because you got a couple guys like Rashawn's out. He had a mechanical issue with the 773, our winner from yesterday. But we obviously have Bobby King is in. And Bobby's obviously the favorite coming into the weekend. We'll see how he decides to do. The 9's running really well. The 52, Paul Barber won his qualifier earlier today. So it's going to come down to who can get that inside lane. If Bobby King's unable to get that inside lane, he's going to have to win from lane 3 or 4, but he's got the horsepower in the boat to do it. So he'd be the one I'd put my money on.
Gotcha. My prediction for the skiff class is much simpler. It's going to come down to Jimmy Stewart and Louis Bourdon. Louis showing incredible speed here. Jimmy Stewart, again, an expert at getting himself in the lane he wants to be in and turns the boat better than anybody in the game at this point. So between the two of them, if Jimmy gets a start, I think I'm going to go with Jimmy Stewart, but we'll see. Louis beat him yesterday. We'll see what happens here. Coming up real soon.
All right, 1 to the 5, a 1 to the 5, skiff final. $45. Oh, wow. 30 seconds. Oh, that's not that big. Bad. Yeah, a lot of worse things could have happened. 20. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 5-minute gun. Jersey Speed Skiff final. 8-boat final making their way out of the pit area. Jersey Speed Skiff's going to make their way out after this. Our 5-liter final. That'll do it. So 2 finals remaining, our skiff final and our 5-liter final. That's going to do it for us here today. So all 8 skiffs hopefully will be able to make their way out of the pit area.
JS 135 headed out. So glad to see Dave Savage make it to the final. Pulled that same thing over in Mays Landing last weekend, and actually wound up being 3rd overall on the podium. Killer weekend for Dave Savage last weekend.
Yeah, man. So much stuff can happen in these finals with 8 boats on the water. If you're just there and you finish the heat, you might be promoted to the podium. You never know. So congratulations to Dave, and congratulations to him here making the final today. And you also had the Gunther family had a great run last weekend, and he made the final yesterday. Not sure he's going to make the final here today.
Absolutely. Love it when those underdog teams start getting their act together and getting up front. All right, 3 minutes, 54 seconds to the start as Peg, Jimmy come through, turn to the front stretch. Louis Bourdon in second position right now. We're still 3:45 to the start. I'm guessing Jimmy is doing a nice timing run there to make sure he knows exactly how long it's going to take him to get out of turn 2 to that start-finish line. John, we know he wants to be there with a full head of steam when that clock reaches 0.
Yeah, that's the ultimate goal. If you're just joining us for the last 2 finals of the day, this is the 5-minute warm-up period. The boats come out on the race course. They'll warm up for 5 minutes, and then their ultimate goal is to hit that white buoys. There's 2 white buoys across from the barge when the clock strikes 0. We are 3 minutes and 18 seconds from there. Max Awancio came through. Here comes Louis Bourdon in the 113. Here's Dave Savage, Richie Weber, the 135 of Dave. Richie's in the 771. Here comes Jimmy Stewart in the 10, the Yump and Yiminy down here into turn number 1 as well. He's got his sister Peg in there with him. Here's Brandon Kennedy and Mason McClure in the 35. First weekend for this brand new JS 35, and he's made the final here on Sunday afternoon. And Dave Greenlaw is doing what he did last time. He's already shut it down at the start-finish line trying to scrub off some time.
But he seems like he's really not interested in lane 1 whatsoever.
No, not at all.
Trying to burn. He doesn't want to burn the gas.
That's probably
He doesn't want to burn up that $11 a gallon fuel.
He's like, I got to run next week, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes, I believe that's Dave Savage cutting across the race course.
Well, Dave's going to do the gentleman thing. He's going to get all the way up on the outside, get out of the way. Let the faster boats go to the inside.
He knows he's not fast, but he also knows that consistent, smooth driving pays off once in a while. You know, John, we podiumed at Valleyfield one time with the Yellow Jacket just because TJ used his head and didn't get into trouble.
That's all you got to do. 2:15 from the start, 2:15 away. Jimmy Stewart's going to cut the race course. You see him cutting from back to front. That's a legal maneuver. He's going to try to find himself in here. It looks like Louis Boudin's already in his spot that he wants to be in. 58 from the start. So everybody's still up a little bit early.
Davey Greenlaw gets back up on plane. He's going to stay outside, though. Louis Boudin, I know he wants lane 1. I think it performs a little better out in lane 3, but he doesn't want to get pinched in between, say, Max and, Randy. Randy Weber's driving a boat that actually has a lot of speed.
Right.
If he can get himself into position, he may be able to get up front.
So Dave Savage is up there early. 45 seconds to the score up. They still got to scrub off 45 seconds. We're at 1:25 from the start, so 35 seconds to the score. Right now, Louis Boudin, look how close Louis is to the buoys in the 1:13. He's trying to make sure Jimmy doesn't leapfrog him. He's trying to hold Jimmy off. This is where it gets really interesting as they come up to that scoring pin. That blue buoy on the backstretch. Here comes Stewart. Stewart goes to the inside.
That's a legal move as long as he didn't go all the way past that imaginary line from the exit pin of 1 to the blue buoy on the back chute.
Can't nobody see that anyway.
I think he had the room. I think Louis just slid out just enough, and I know Jimmy will take a 6-foot lane if it's there. So Jimmy Stewart right now in lane 1. We'll see what happens after the 45 seconds.
Now Max Avancio is going to have the advantage.
Oh,
Max
there he
is going to have the
goes.
advantage. He's going to scoot up on the outside, and Max will be able to go to the inside if he wants to. In that 45 in the red, he's going to take the inside lane away from Jimmy. So that's going to put Jimmy out to 2 and Boudin out to 3. So Avancio in 1, Stewart in 2, Boudin in 3. The rest of the field will fill out the field in 4, 5, and 6. We're 20 seconds from the start. Jersey Speed Skiff Final, day number 2. Lake Hopatcong Regattas. We're 15. They're up a little bit early. Boudin has moved to the buoy rows. We're 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark Max with a head of steam. He's going to lead him down here to turn number 1. From lane number 1, the 45 in the red. Here's your leader. Wow, it's going to get really tight in here. So everybody's moving over a little bit. Max and Sam Avancio, your leader. Davey Greenlaw in second, Jimmy Stewart in third, and Brandon Kennedy in fourth. They come to the apex of turn number 1. We'll go 4 times around here in the skiff final. And off the exit of turn 1, a tight lead for Max Avancio.
Look at that, my favorite Max and Sam Avancio. Hold on to lane 1, but Uncle Jimmy sneaking up from the behind. Who's on the outside there? Is that Davey Greenlaw?
Yep.
And look at Louis Boudin back in the water. He's getting beat up. Looks like he's going to cross the wicks and go out and try to get a little wider line coming into 2. But down into turn 2 in the first lane, first position, Max and Sam Avancio with Uncle Jimmy and Mom Peg right on their hips. Coming into the front stretch, John.
Off the exit of turn number 2 to come around to complete lap number 1. 1 down, 3 to go. Here in the Jersey Speed Skiff Final, and it's Max and Sam Avancio, your leaders, with Jimmy Stewart and Peg Avancio right there on the outside. About 3 or 4 boat lengths separate the top 2 as they come down here into turn number 1. Max is going to hold the buoy row really tightly. Here comes Uncle Jimmy right on the outside. Jimmy getting really wet down here into turn number 1. Max is holding him off as they go through the apex of turn 1 here on lap number 2. Jimmy trying to hold that white water line as they come through the apex of turn number 1. Coming off the apex of 1, it's still Max and Sam Avancio with Jimmy Stewart making up a lot of ground on his outside, Mitch.
Can you imagine Max Avancio shooting fire hose strength water directly in his mother's face? Unbelievable. As Jimmy Stewart coming down the back stretch, he goes a little bit wide, pulls up alongside. We got side by side, the family duking it out as Davey Greenlaw falls back to third. Down pulls himself up in, fourth. Lou Brown pulls himself up into third. We got a family race up front, though. Max and Sam's hanging into lane 1. They get a better bite and put a whole lot more water in Uncle Jimmy and Mom's face.
Off of 2 to come around to complete lap 2. 2 down, 2 to go. They're side by side off the exit of turn number 2 to come around to complete lap 2. Max and Sam on the inside and Jimmy and Peg on the outside. 2 boats almost separated by 1 boat length. And Lou Boudin, oh wow, they get really tight down here into turn number 1. Jimmy Stewart moves just up on the outside. They are deck to deck through the apex of turn number 1 here in the skiff final. Louis Boudin is loving what he's seeing up in front. He's able to make up ground back in third position. They come to the apex of turn number 1. Max and Sam still have a slight advantage, but Jimmy Stewart on the outside going to use that longer way around his advantage off the exit of 1.
I don't know what Louis doing. Why is he running in that prop washer? If he went wider, he'd have a better bite of the propeller. Got all messed up in the wake of the two boats in front of him, almost wrung it out. Now Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio opening up a lead about one boat length over Max and Samantha on the inside. Max and Samantha hugging the pins tight. Can they get up there with Mom and Uncle Jimmy? Here they come into the front straight. Jimmy Stewart on the outside. Max and Wancio.
There'll be 3 down and 1 to go. White flag being displayed on the race course, signifying one more lap around. And Jimmy Stewart has moved into the lead as they come across start-finish line for the 3rd time. Back to second position is Max and Sam Awantu, and third is Louis Bourdain. And Louis could try to find some clean ground and try to make up a little bit of ground to move up into second here on this 4th and final lap. But the JS10, Yump and Yimini and Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio have opened it up. We'll call it 5 boat lengths now over top of the 45 of Max and Sam Awancio. Third position, the 113, and fourth is Davey Greenlow. But off the exit of 1, it's Jimmy and Peg.
It's a family affair in 1 and 2, but look at Louis Bourdain. He's closing up on Max Awancio on the outside. Louis, in my opinion, you got to learn to get out in that clean water. The boat turns better on the outside anyway, but look at that shoot speed. Pulling up alongside. Can he get it done? Last lap, checker flag will be flying. Coming into turn 2, Louis Bourdain on the outside for 3. He's got it right up alongside of Max and Sam Awancio. Let's see what happens. John, what are they going to do into the front stretch?
Off the exit of turn number 2, your leader is going to be Jimmy Stewart. He'll come around and get the checker flag, so your unofficial winner of the skiff final. We'll go to the JS10, the Yump and Yimini and Jimmy Stewart. The battles for second. Bourdain on the outside and Max on the inside. Too tight for me to call here. We'll have to wait and see from the officials, but Jimmy Stewart, your winner. Tight for second between Bourdain and Awancio. We'll see who gets second and third. Fourth position to go to Dave Greenlaw. Battle for fifth between Brandon Kennedy and the 771 of Richie Weber. Weber's on the inside and Kennedy on the outside. It looks like Richie Weber would move up and get fifth position. Kennedy will slide back to sixth. And the 135 of Dave Savage will round out the field in seventh. Good run for Jimmy Stewart. Max and Sam had the lead for 2.5 laps. Jimmy was able to move over in the third lap and take over the lead. We'll have to wait and see who got that second place.
I got to go to the doctor this week. They're going to check my blood pressure after that. I don't know, man. I'm going to have to take more pills. Boy, do I love this family. Incredible to see the 45 and the 10 boat 1-2. I think that's how it went. Pretty sure. But Louis was close. He almost caught Max Awancio at the finish there. He may have. We'll go to the radio and see what the calls are.
Here comes the rain. .50 final. Got to get one of the riders out of the skiff and into his H350, so it'll be about 2 minutes, and we'll be ready to go for our final heat of the day.
All right, there's going to be a little bit of a break here to let the water settle. These Jersey speed skiffs really beat the water up, so there's a whole bunch of wake and lumpy all over the race course that can really give an H350 a hard time. So we're going to give it about 2 minutes to settle the race course, and then we're going to the H350 V8 hydroplane final. Can't wait to see them. Got 7 of the hottest H350 5-liter boats in the country. Going to duke it out here real short. So hang in there just a few.
Getting ready. Okay, tell him, let us know when he's ready. He's in there comfortable. 10-4. Ready for the one.
One to the 5. 350 final. Thirty seconds. $15. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 5-minute gun sound. Street 50 final. Final heat of the day. Should have 8 boats make for the 350 final.
First boat away from the beach. Corey Peabody. There goes Bobby King. Glad to see Kyle Johnson make the call here. They did that boat sink yesterday to the bottom. Totally smart, but they were able to qualify for this final today. I know they had a lot of work last night, John, to get that boat dried out and ready here. So I just can't stop saying praise to that young team.
From the start, first boat coming down the front stretch here. It will be the 104 Mark Lecombes out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. Mark's had a good run at that 104. Had some mechanical issues about midway season. Have a good run in the latter part of 2023. Here's Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. The 242 L. The 9 Corey. Seven boats made the final.
7 H350s on this tight 1 mile oval. 3 minutes and 12 seconds to start. No gentleman's agreement for lanes as far as we know, so they will be fighting for their lanes. Everybody doing a timing run. Corey Peabody on the outside as Bobby King gets hard into the throttle. Oh, yeah, he settles it. He already did his timing run. Everybody's going past the score up. 2 minutes, 45 seconds to the start.
All right, 245 away. Very competitive class. Big hitters out, though. The 773 Mark Marchand would make the final. The 2 unable to make the final. So a couple bigger boats that would have been definitely competitive in this 350 final. Unable to make the call. From the start, 350. I even like the 350 class better than the GP class. I mean, the competition-wise is just, it's untouchable.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. 100%.
Better than GPs?
Yeah. We call the 8-boat 550.
No, I'm not disputing that. I'm in agreement. The old 280 class has come a long way, John. I'll tell you what, they put on a heck of a show. I'm a big fan of the GPs, but I am also, like you, a super fan of this new H350. Well, it's new, it's new to us old guys.
Years, yeah.
All right, it's
140
like Paul Barber pulling through here. Mark.
Start, so games are being played. Mark Lecomb's trying to get that inside lane. John board. driving an inboard, but he's a long time. Been doing outboard racing for many, many years, marathon racing all over the country. But he's doing a great job at Roger Mahan's H2, the Pleasure Seekers. Got to take that inside lane. The cop is right there on his outside. Everybody else holding back just a little bit. 105 from the start.
Everybody all bunched up. John Warkowski trying to scrub off about, what do we got here? 20 seconds. 10 seconds.
It's going to be 30 seconds. So he's
30. I keep
yeah.
going 45. Sorry about that.
30 in the 350 class. So 10 seconds to kill before the score up.
Hey,
Paul
John,
Barber's going to move.
look at Bobby King way on the outside there. He doesn't care. He's got so much shoot speed. White flag is up.
All right, so there ellipsed the time of the score up. It looks like Paul Barber has taken the advantage and moved over a couple lanes. So has Mark Lecomte. Let's see where John Wardowski ends up in the 2. He was in the inside. Let's see if they hold him a lane or not. Now everybody's up a little bit early. It's 13 seconds from the start. Lecomte looks like he's in 1. Paul Barber is in 2 as we are 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, clean start. They'll come into Bobby King. He'll lead him out in lane number 4. And he'll turn it down here. It's a little wide. Oh, Lecomte lost the race course. King will lead it from lane number 4. Bobby King in the 222. The LDC construction. He will be your leader. Turn number 2. John Wardowski's right down the inside, as well as Paul Barber. 3 of them, but Bobby King takes the lead up one.
Hey, John, look at Mark Lecomte. I think he just thought he was being pushed to the infield there. He turned around and got back on the race course. Nothing illegal there, but I think he had room to pull it off.
Bobby King top end of the race course through the apex of turn number 2. How about this run for Wardowski? The 2 is running really good, running back in second position. They'll come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 3 to go. Bobby King in the 242. The LDC construction is your leader. Wardowski's running in second in the 2 of the Pleasure Seeker Racing. On the outside, Eric McKenna on the inside. Paul Barber for 3rd and 4th. 3 apex of 1. Bobby King's your leader, but here comes Wardowski. The 999 and the 52. Off the exit of 1, it's all Bobby King.
Bobby King, smooth as silk through turn 1. Down the back chute of the boat, takes a good bite. He's got a big time lead. 2 or 3 rooster tails over John Warkowski. But John Warkowski doing a really good job on Roger Mahan's Pleasure Seeker. Incredible boat and well prepared. But who's that sneaking up on the outside, John?
2 down, 2 to go here in the 350 final. It's all Bobby King, the 242. Battle on the race course right now is for 4th position between Paul Barber and the 9. They'll come around and complete lap at number 2. So Bobby King through the apex of 1. He is your leader. The 2 running in 2nd. John Wardowski. 999 of Eric McKenna running in 3rd. 4th position, Paul Barber. 5th position is Corey in the 9, the strong racing boat. They'll go off the exit of turn number 1. Bobby King, 1.5 away.
Just like his normal driving style, Bobby King staying out, away from the pins, holding on to that momentum. Look how smooth he's going down, charging through turn 2 as the Wardowski boat. Unbelievable. He's got a little pressure from behind, coming from Eric McKenna.
3 down and 1 to go here in the 350 final, and Bobby King, the 242. The LDC construction flies the right spots and down here into turn number 1 for the 4th and final time. Wardowski's holding on to 2nd position. John with a great run here in that H2 as he comes around the apex of turn number 1. McKenna not giving up, trying to pick up one more position on the race as they come around and complete lap number 4. Paul Barber, Corey Peabody in 4th and 5th, but your leader half a lap away for Bobby King.
Oh, it's all Bobby King, but the 2nd position is in jeopardy. And Eric McKenna really hard on the throttle. Can he get it done? This is the last time around. Eric McKenna trying to come around the outside of John Warkowski. Back shoot, I'm sorry, far turn. Into the front shoot, John. Bring it
Off the exit of 2, the checker flag waves, and Bobby King, he'll take the victory in the 242. The battle for 2nd. Wardowski will hold on to 2nd in the 12. 3rd will go to Eric McKenna in the 999. Paul Barber 5th to Corey Peabody. 6th will go to Mark Lecomte. And 7th will go to the 80 and Kyle Johnson. Great run. Tough day yesterday for that 242 team. Lost the prop and the shaft. But come out here today and get a victory. Great run for 2nd for Wardowski. Nice run for John in that H2 Pleasure Seeker Racing. And to finish out the podium, Eric McKenna in the 999 out of Valleyfield, Quebec in the Black Beast. Well, Mitch, that was fun.
Whew, you aren't kidding, I'll tell you. That Bobby King impresses me every time I see him on the race course, and did a fine job. Silky smooth, big power, perfectly dialed boat. What a funny thing with Mark Lecomte coming down for the start into turn one. Had to go into the infield, but didn't hit a buoy. Finished in the back, though, but that was a tough break for him. He had a good start. All right, folks, that's it for our 2023 edition of the New Jersey State Powerboat Championship and the New Jersey Governor's Cup. I want to thank all racing teams from traveling from all over the country. We had teams from Washington, a team from Georgia, Michigan, all over the place, Ohio, New Jersey, Maryland, New York. Big thanks to all the teams. Oh, I forgot I left out the Canadian teams coming down from Quebec, Canada. So a big thanks go out to all the teams for attending our event. This time last week, we thought we were going to have 25 boats. We wound up with 57. So a big turnout, and I want to thank the crowd for coming out. Again, if you're a hardcore fan and you're not too shy about driving, next weekend we'll be in Hampton, Virginia. The traveling roadshow. Same thing you see here, maybe a few more boats down there. So that's the wrap up for the year. Thanks to all the volunteers. And for John Toomey, the Lake Hopatcong Racing Association and American Powerboat Association, I'm Mitch Brown signing off.